Hello, 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 chat. Y'all ready for some Ace Attorney? You ready to get your thinking caps on? It's just a command. Hello and welcome to case number 2. And chat, I got something to tell you. Thanks to Steve-ish, we have an extension. Yesterday, you had to check your evidence through a website. Well, today, if you hover over the screen, there should be like a thing here on like the right side of the stream that you can click on. It should have my tail on it. And if you click it, it should have let you see the evidence without having to leave the stream. And it should work on mobile too. So if there's anything wrong with that, go tell Steve-ish. He's the one who made it. The legend. Incredible stuff. Go give him all the praise. I need to turn the volume down because I'm honestly, Steve-ish is so base. Steve-ish is single-handedly carrying the Ace Attorney legends of all on their back. So yeah, it should work. I just tested it myself. It looks like it's working great. So you should be able to see evidence. Just make sure you click that little refresh button to make sure that your evidence is up to date before you actually investigate it and all that. And you should be good to go. It should make it a lot significantly easier to check during mobile and all that. Yeah. Fun. So, who here is ready to start? I'm kind of waiting for some key players to show. I guess we're a mantled beast today. Alright, so now we're this. So now we're a mantled beast. We're just gonna have to deal with that. Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. Ah! Okay, I'm just kind of waiting for some key players to show up who might want to see the intro. For example, people like Awario and other stuff like that, who I think would want to see the introduction to this case. But we won't wait for too long, because I'm a prick. Is that a sneeze or a scream? A scream. Is invisible a costume? No. I would not be invisible for the whole stream. That would be stupid. That would be dumb. That would be very dumb. I forgot to add Bika to the costume change. I'll do that tomorrow. Oh well. Why would you do this to me, wolves? I'm actually, like, aggressively tired today. Not to the point where my eyes close, but to the point where I'm just, like, really exhausted. But if I don't stream this game, we're not getting through it. And I'm kind of banking on a second wind here. And I think it's going to happen. I'm not coping. I'm not coping. I'm not coping. I just really like this game. Okay? I want to play it. You have a problem with that? Is that a problem, chat? And if you like the content, follow. And like and subscribe and follow. Because I'm based. Alright. Do we have enough people here ready to play the game? That's the day will be to get energy. It's the weekend, so all I'm going to be doing. Based on what? My tail base. I mean, what else would it be based on? What other bases do you see here? I mean, let's be real here. Whoops, that was the wrong button. There you go. Now you get to see my tail and my tail base. Incredible stuff. Isn't it great how it extends from my butt? Yeah, I know. Cool, right? Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. Anyway, case 2. I kind of wanted to wait for more people to show up to see the intro to this case, but we might just have to start in the interest of time. So, should we do it, chat? Should we go for it? Should we go for it? Get it? Because I'm a furry. I said go for it. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Comedy. Yay, you didn't miss anything. I was kind of waiting for you. All right, let's get started. Also, Awario, we have a new extension now. You should be able to see the evidence without having to go to a website. There should be a little button that shows up as an extension on the screen of the Twitch where you can press it, and it should bring up all the evidence within the channel. So check that out if you can. All right, let's get started. The captured turnabout. The captive turnabout. Oh my goodness, is that? Dog. And that is why it was very important that we do that case first, Wario. Yeah, can you pet that dog? If you value your life, maybe. Still no sign of them, huh? Yeah. How long do they intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure the guard will bring him any second now. The killing of Bastion Rook. It's been 2 days since the incident at the park, and today we're paying a visit to the detention center. Our aim, of course, is to interview Bronco Knight, who has been charged with the murder. His trial is due to start tomorrow, and I am to be the prosecutor behind the bench. Hi, Senti. How are you? Are you blind on Ace Attorney 2? No. And that is why I'm having chat play. That is... Makes sense, I guess. Yeah. What's taking so long? You there, what's going on? I don't know, sir. I'll go check. We've got a situation. It's Knight! He's been killed! Can't believe Gumshoe turned out to be the murderer in this case. So true. I can't believe Gumshoe is the murderer. Sorry, chat. I have to ban Senti. They kind of just spoiled it. Unfortunate. Everyone, I need you to forget that Senti just said that. Yeah, that's right. Our poor little Gumshoe, they did it. Chess motifs, huh? What? Well, that was the Accord. The first case involved Rook and Knight way more. Killed? In the detention center? What? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you waiting for? Right. Guard, take us to the scene at once. Yes, sir. So it didn't happen in the holding cells, but surely that's where he was being held. What's the holdup? The crime scene's this way. Hope you have a blast. I hope. Thank you so much for poking by, Senti. I appreciate it. Can't believe Gumshoe killed Rook with the Statue of Liberty. Ah, damn, it's just how it happens. Well, where are you taking us? Doesn't this door lead to the prison proper? Yes. You mean those other cells aren't part of the prison? Not exactly, no. Those are the detention centers holding cells. That's where the defendants are kept while they're awaiting trial. The area beyond this door serves a rather different purpose. Yeah, so the people who are convicted serve out their time. I suppose you could say it's the last place a great thief should ever want to be. I've unlocked it, sir. Please, follow me. Dead. That's Knight, all right, but he's dead. How could this have happened? And how did he wind up inside the prison proper? This is horrible! How did Mr. Knight get himself murdered? Which one was it for Hypertail Cam? There it is. I could hardly believe it myself, but there could be no doubting the evidence of our own eyes. And what is he doing here? I thought he was being held in the detention center, no? He was. He must have been. His trial hasn't even begun yet. The law states that until convicted, suspects are to be kept in cells separate from the main prison. Only those who have been found guilty are sent to the prison proper. There's no way Knight should have been in here. Maybe he wandered his way over? I don't want to hear about your fucking AI bots, MRL. You know my opinion on AI. The detention center and the prison are separated not only by 2 heavy doors, but also a lengthy corridor. That would have been a long way to wander, especially for a detainee. Building layout data jotted down into my organizer. I'm getting your pictures for you, chat, because I'm such a good streamer. I'm such a good streamer that gives you all the tools you need to succeed. The tools to fucking kill them all. The tools to not suck at Ace Attorney. Those kind of tools. The only tools that really matter. I mean, why would you need any other tools? Okay. The evidence should be updated. You should now be able to see the prison layout. The building layout, I mean. You need more than the badge? So true. You need more than the badge. I'm sorry to say it, Kadragam. Trying to make 0 progress on your drawing again. And once again, you should be able to click on an icon on the stream now to see this evidence. You shouldn't have to go to a separate website. It should be on the stream. Bakiri, this should be extremely good for you because I know you're on mobile. We'll need to examine the scene of the crime carefully if we want to get to the bottom of this. Well, time to examine the body. Oh, wait, really? Yeah! Bronco Knight, killed the day before his court date. We better take a closer look. Huh? Is that... Oh, I've seen one of these in your office, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure you have, Detective. It's a pocket chess set. The victim's, I'd imagine. Makes sense. He loved chess, after all. Yeah, it would have been a good way to pass the time. Pocket chess set. Still on your laptop? Well, you should still be able to click an icon. Oops, I accidentally clicked it again. Is it small though? Is it possible to make it bigger? No idea. I'm sorry. His neck brace is soaked with the blood of the hole in his neck. I would assume that the cause of death, and that it was probably instantaneous. He wouldn't have even had the chance to cry out for help. There's a small cut on his scalp, too. Was he struck with something? Maybe he fell and hit his head after he was being stabbed in the throat? It's possible, but it's too early to say with any certainty. Kay, you have your camera with you, correct? Could you lend it to the detective so that he can photograph the body? Sure thing! All yours, Gummy! Thanks! Alright, here we go! Its clothes sure are a mess, though, huh? Indeed. They appear to be covered in dirt. Mr. Knight's body. Guess he's like me when it comes to laundry. Let's take a picture of this for you guys. There you go. Should be on the evidence list now. It would be a grave error to think that anybody else could be quite like you, Detective. A rubber glove. Noivern. My Sona is based off of Noivern. The colors, anyway. Noivern's one of my favorite Pokemon, and his tail is quite attractive. No, it would stop you from screaming, yep. I should examine it in more detail. The fingers are covered in blood on this side. I think we can safely assume that this glove was dropped sometime after Knight's blood had been spilled. We can? How come? Because had it been on the floor when the pool of blood was forming, then the blood would have flowed around it, but not underneath it. Oh, meaning there will only be a band of blood around the edges of the fingers and not all over the backside. Assuming the glove was discarded after the blood had pooled around the body, maybe our murderer ditched it after they did the deed. It's certainly a possibility. At the very least, whoever it was dropped it must have seen the body. You there. Yes, sir? Have you seen that glove before? Yes, sir! The prisoners wear them for work. It's strange, though. Prisoners issued with those gloves are under strict orders to keep them in their cells. But not much more. Rip. It's fine. Bakiri's just gonna have to deal with it and use their eyeballs. They aren't allowed to take them out without permission, and we always check. I suppose that would explain why there aren't any other gloves in the workshop. Rubber glove. Only one glove was found at the crime scene. Prison issued equipment for working inmates. Stained with blood and mud. Added to the evidence list. The body is partially covered by a dirt-stained tarp. And there's a rope on top of it. Was Knight tied up with the rope somehow? Rope. We should take a look under the sheet as well. Ah! Look at all that red stuff! Okay, red stuff? Red. What do you mean by red stuff? You know it's blood, right? Kay is our special little sunshine, isn't she? Yes, I'd say that's blood. Features a colorful design and stained with what I believe to be the victim's blood. You'll just praise your face against the laptop screen. We should keep looking around. There's bound to be more secrets to uncover. I'm sure of it. Time to inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. This area is too big to take in all at once. Unfortunately, I could use the arrow keys to look further up or down. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Looks like a pulley of some kind. Maybe the prisoners used it for work? I suppose so, yes. Okay, so I know you're gonna say no, but absolutely not, Kay. You are not permitted to swing on that rope. Ah, I knew it! Ah, I should have known you were being serious. Weird having something like this in a prison, huh? A cage inside a cage? Technically, Kay, a prison isn't made up of cages, but cells. What's the difference? No offense, Mr. Edwards, but you gotta look at the basic nature of things more. Yes, and the basic nature of investigation is the pursuit of accurate facts and information. These tarps are rather colorful. They kind of stand out in a room like this, don't they? They certainly don't look like they belong in a prison. Look, there's a whip on top of them. You know who that reminds me of, right? Hey, maybe it's actually hers? Maybe she left it here? Not a chance. She and her whip are attached at the wrist. Trust me. There was a rope near Knight's body, too. Speaking of which, want to see my super selfie rope escape trip? Thanks, but I'll let you know when I'm in need of saving. She seems genuinely disappointed. Okay, you are funny. This part of the floor is covered with dirt. You know what that means, sir? Footprints! Too many footprints, unfortunately. We need a specialist to identify them. Guess we just gotta wait till forensics gets here. Yes, in the meantime, if you could refrain from treading all over it. Wouldn't want to slip up and get the old jacket dirty, huh? Good point, Mr. Edgeworth. Thanks. My concern was for the footprints, not your jacket, detective. Oh, gumshoe. It's a sink. It doesn't seem to contain any useful clues. Nope. No whiff of treasure either. You do know we're not actually looking for treasure, right? This is chapter 2. What's with all the weird equipment? I'm not sure, but I don't see anything particularly suspicious here. It smells weird, though. Kinda musky, like wet fur. Wow. Chat, which one of you was here? Chat, which one of you was here? Chat? Chat, one of you fucking wet, fucking musky furries were here, I know it. Raise his hand. Miko, wash your tail. It wasn't me. I did wash my tail. I didn't know you had such a keen nose. Oh, it's nothing special, really. Except when it comes to sniffing out treasure. Remind me to seal all my valuables away in airtight containers. No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I'd never steal any of your stuff. But you would happily steal someone else's. I'm not sure that's entirely reassuring. No, MRL, it's not. Why is that your first thought? We're in a cell. We're in a prison. Why do you think that would be in a video game? Oh my gosh. Anything out of the ordinary to report, officer? Yes, sir. There is one thing. Go on. There's a body in the workshop, sir. He's right. That's definitely out of the ordinary. If anything else occurs to you, you know where to find me. These seem to be a list of prisoner reservations for this workshop. What are all these numbers, Mr. Edgeworth? Prisoner numbers, I imagine. Well, I'd hate to be given a number like that. I rather agree. People are meant to have names. I'd much rather be called Great Thief or the Second Yadakarasu. Alright, no name for you then, I guess. Chat, do I don't need to ask for this, right? We're all good with that, right? This is too hard. It's okay, chat, take your time. Take your time, take your time. Take your time, chat, it's okay. These tarps have a pretty distinctive design. In fact, it's the same design as the bloody tarp around Mr. Knight's body. Yes, you took the words right out of my mouth. That'll teach you to be so careless, Mr. Edgeworth. You need to keep your treasures close when there's a great thief around. I thought you were on sabbatical. Bloody tarp, jot it down in my organizer. Evidence added. There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring, an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Not a bad bit of evidence gathering. Ha, nothing can stop us when we're on the hunt together. Right, Gummy? You betcha! We're unstoppable! A regular Three Musketeers! Let's not get carried away, Detective. There's one thing we still haven't found. Huh? What do you mean, sir? What's missing from this crime scene? Well, chat, what's missing from the crime scene? I see no sign of a murder weapon anywhere. You're right! I didn't even think of that! Come now, Detective. These are basic investigative principles we're talking about here. Yeah, I guess. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Gummy. It hasn't crossed my mind either. A fact that hardly puts my mind at ease, Kay. Items that could prove even potentially lethal are strictly controlled within a prison. After all, we wouldn't want the inmates getting their hands on them, would we? Which means acquiring a murder weapon would be hard enough, let alone leaving the scene with one. Oh yeah, nice thinking, Mr. Edgeworth. What was the murder weapon? And where has it gone? The answers to these questions may be the keys to figuring out what happened here. Didn't know the guy had a whole entourage. Excusez-moi, but this is the scene of the crime, right? Wait a second. Are you? No way. Those piercing eyes, that furrowed brow. Mr. Fender. It has been far too long. I know, right? Even after all this time, I know that deep brow anywhere. And that neckwear obs. Manfred von Karma. The man. The legend. Gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you talking about, pal? This is Mr. Edgeworth, not that old geezer. Detective, please. Edgeworth! Wow! Guess that explains the fresh face. Can't blame a guy for mixing you two up, though. You're the spitting image of the old devil in his day. I see you haven't changed. How many years has it been? Man, good question. But who's counting, eh? I've been away traveling so long I lost track. You know how it is. But you know what I do remember? You betraying everything you were supposed to stand for. Whoa, where did that come from? Who are you, anyway? This is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Get it, chat? Do you get it, chat? His name is Eddie Fender. He's a defense attorney. Eddie Fender. Defender. Do you get it? Chat, do you fucking get it? Chat, do you fucking get it? Enchanté, as they say. Fender's the name and defending's the game. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Detective Dick Cumshoe. And I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. I'm on sabbatical right at the moment, though. A great thief? Wow, that's so romantic. That's chic, if you will. Right? It's nice to finally meet someone who gets it. I'm looking to expand the franchise, actually. I even made signing up super simple. Sounds awesome. I'd love to come hang out with you guys if you'll have me. Sorry, I should have also mentioned that it's girls only, and they have to be super fun and super cool. And, hey, I totally get it. No hard feelings, yeah? Come on, bring it in. You've got to be kidding. My bad, my bad. I'm just so used to how they do things everywhere elsewhere, you know? And why are you here, Mr. Fender? Whoops! Almost forgot this is your scene. Keeping the defense out is strategy number 1 in the Von Karma playbook, after all, isn't it? Hey, quit it with all the Von Karma stuff, pal. What gives?
Hold it!
Detective, calm yourself. His attitude is, unfortunately, understandable. It is? I take it you are Mr. Knight's attorney. Guilty as charged, Your Honor. Well, I was supposed to be anyway. So he was planning to represent Knight. If his client hadn't been murdered, he and I would have faced off against each other in court. I better see what he has to say for himself. So the victim asked you to represent him. Sure did. We were supposed to have a little chat today. As was I. But a guard showed up instead and told us that his body had been found. No, he's new to this game, Bakiri. He has not shown up in any other previous games. I'm as bummed out about it as you. Even brought him some weenies to cheer him up. Mr. Fender, you know you can't bring food into the prison. Oh yeah, well it's here now. Want some? Little vice I picked up on my travels. So more-ish. No, thank you. Fine, you do you. What are you doing here anyhow? Don't tell me you wanted to hear Knight's side. Von Karma was always more of a convict to the defendant at all costs guy. He didn't teach you that? That was a long time ago. If you say so. Sure you don't want any weenies? No, thank you. Have you met with your client previously? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Just yesterday, in fact. The monster called me the minute he was arrested. Sounded really freaked out, man. Oh yeah, mentioned your little performance, too. According to him, you really made a nuisance of yourself. And not a kind word was spoken, I'm sure. Well, sticks and stones and all that. Boy, did he not like you. Trash talk you something fierce. Can't say I didn't join in the fun, though. Fun? How dare you, Mr. Fender? Lighten up, kid. I'm kind of a fixture in the visitor's room here. And I don't think I've ever had that much of a gas. Oh, so you come here a lot. Hey, don't get the wrong idea, little sis. I'm never on the wrong side of the bars. Just happen to know someone who is. The visitor's room is usually where I'm at. But this isn't exactly my first time in the clink either. In which case, I better ask him what he knows about this room. Tell me, what do you know about the scene of the crime? Huh? Oh, this room? No, dude. What do you know about it? I'll give you 3 choices. Well, chat. Well, chat, what is it? Steven is saying 3. Is it a recreation room? Whoa, I don't even want to know how you spend your spare time, Edgeworth. But I guess there's plenty here you can play with if you use your imagination. Probs. Now let's see what the answer key has to say, shall we? Oh no, you got it wrong. This is actually a workshop. So all of the options he gave me were wrong. How infantile. You mother... Fucker. The cons come here to perform various duties. They can learn new skills too. Bank some qualifications for when they're back on the street. I see. And how is access to this room controlled? Who has the key? Chill out, Edgeworth. I don't have all the answers. My man over there probably does, though. Right, compadre? Yes, sir. The workshops aren't locked with physical keys. Their doors are fitted with sensors instead. What kind of sensors? Inmates are issued with special bracelets, sir. When they walk through the workshop door, the sensor checks their bracelet. And if they're not supposed to be there, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, an alarm sounds. If they let it ring for too long, then bzzz, they get a real shock, if you know what I mean. And if they try to break or remove the bracelet, bzzz, a shock 3 times worse than that. What? That's brutal. I guess they need to ensure that the inmates follow the rules, but that sounds a bit excessive. If they wish to pass through the door like this one, prisoner needs to be accompanied by a guard. We disable the sensor for them and let them in. You get all that? Have any prisoners used this workshop today? No, sir. No one's been in here for days. I didn't know if they had. So no prisoners have entered, let alone used this workshop today. Which means that there's a contradiction in this crime scene. Namely, there's something here that shouldn't be. I'll take another quick look over the crime scene and employ my powers of deduction to solve this mystery. Alright, chatty roonies. What is the issue here? And what evidence do I present? Now that we know that nobody has been in this room, according to Edgeworth. Remember, check your evidence. We got the application for it now. You should be able to see it by clicking on the stream. There is, in fact, someone in this room. What? Crazy. Crazy, chat. Crazy. What in this picture is not right with the evidence we have on hand? And remember, we only were able to get this deduction. Edgeworth says the fact that nobody has been in this room before. Missing thingy on the wrist, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna add some context for that. Mr. Knight would not have a thing on his wrist because he's not a prison inmate. He has not been convicted of murder yet. He is just a suspect. Sure, we know he did it, but he hasn't had trial yet. So yeah, what Bakiri said. Just because you might have missed that context at the beginning. Kite is saying the glove, since it's for inmates. We also don't have the wrist thing in evidence, so that kind of knocks that out of the water already. Well, we do have the door sensor, I suppose. Anyway, somebody lock something in. We gotta keep this moving. I'm just gonna keep drawing circles. Chat looking through the evidence. You're reading Robin, where is everyone? Well, we got all the evidence, Awario. You could read through the evidence. It should give you a good idea of what we're looking at. But the main thing here is that Edgeworth said nobody has been in this room, and that creates a contradiction here, apparently. Are we doing that? Okay. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? This piece of evidence clearly shows that there is a contradiction here. Where am I looking exactly, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, around here. Somewhere. You're gonna need more specific than that, sir. There's something present at this crime scene that shouldn't be here. I'm fairly sure I have a piece of evidence that proves that fact beyond a doubt. There's your hint, chat. Edgeworth just gave you a hint. There's something present at this crime scene that shouldn't be here. I'm fairly sure I have a piece of evidence that proves that fact beyond a shadow of a doubt. Fire Ninja saying the glove. But what do we present on the glove? What are we presenting on the glove, chat? Not too many options here that make sense, so... Your brain ain't braining? I get it, don't worry. Neither is mine. Prisoners aren't able to come and go from this workshop as they please. The door sensor would detect their bracelets, and the alarm would sound. What's more, according to the guard, no prisoners were authorized to be in this room at all today. And yet, here we have a rubber glove, of the kind issued to inmates. This is a clear contradiction. So where did the glove come from, sir? I don't know, Detective. Not yet, anyway. All I know for now is that the glove is a valuable piece of evidence. You, apart from the prisoners and guards, who else has access to this room? No one, sir. This is a prison after all. Prisoners or guards are pretty much all there is. Mr. Fender? Come on, don't play us like that, friend. We both know that's not true. You know as well as I do that prisoners and guards aren't the only ones who can come in here. Huh? Oh, do you mean... But sir, they're... Mr. Fender, would you care to get to the point? Who exactly are you talking about? What? You don't have a pair of peepers in that hard head of yours? You didn't see them on your way in? Wandering about in the corridors, chilling with their buds? I bet if you moseyed on out that door right now, you'd trip over one of them before you'd even taken a step. Listen, pal, we just had about enough of your baloney. Take a chill pill, big guy. I'm on your side. You know, for such a wide fella, you have a very narrow mind. What did you... Hold it! Detective. Sorry, sir. Look, just follow me, okay? Seeing is believing. Isn't that what they say? The prison corridor. This is no ordinary slammer. Here, the humans share their space with some special friends. Look at them, chat. Look at them. Look at the pony. Animals? Yup, furred and feathered fellows of all shapes and sizes. Guard filled me in on how it came about. Seems they decided to try a little experiment in animal therapy a few years back. Bunny has murder in its eyes, it really does. The cons are assigned a critter each, a buddy to help them keep their spirits up. Really? Wow, that sounds like so much fun! Plus, inmates can even earn pet care qualifications if they go through some job training with the animals. Oh, that must be what all the equipment in the workshop is for. You got it! Room set up specifically for that training stuff. So, when you said somebody else could have been at the scene of the crime? Exactamundo, big guy! I was talking about these guys. That just means you're still talking baloney. What would an animal do with a rubber glove? Good question. All I'm saying is that it was possible. The rest is Mr. Prosecutor's problem. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you want me to arrest this piece of baloney? Just say the word. Let me get this straight. Are you saying these animals can wander freely around the prison? You know these sensors on the doors? They detect the prisoner's bracelets and sound the alarm when someone goes walkabout. Well, for our furry friends, it's the other way around. They're fitted with microchips that open doors right up. They are? Uh-huh. They're implanted just under the skin around the shoulders. Big needle, quick jab, and voila! What? Doesn't it hurt? Nope, they don't feel a thing. That's what they tell me anyway. Now, where was I? I have a microchip. I'm not in jail, bitch. Ah, right. So the point is, they're not the baddies here, so there's no reason to punish them. It's ironic, really. Here in this institution where humans are caged, the animals are free to roam to their heart's content. Why would you slap me with a big, thick, heavy tail? Even though that was not a big, thick, heavy tail. That was a fluffy tail, but whatever. Society. They're not completely free, though. They can't leave the prison proper, for one thing. No sensor on that big mother of a door out, you see? Ah! What's that tinkling sound? Sir? Just look at that thing. And is that a bell around its neck? That explains the sound, I suppose. Mr. Edgeworth, were you seriously trying to stare it down? I refuse to lose to a dog. Not for nothing, sir, but your dog handling skills could use some work. Leave it to a pro. I know how to treat them right. Come on now, come to Gummy. The human zoo where you can watch humans. Man, ignored by a dog. The dog was certainly very different to the other animals, and it seemed to have a real thing against me, and only me. Alrighty then, you've met the menagerie. What's next? Guess we better interview some witnesses, right, sir? Indeed. We need more information regarding what was happening around the time the body was found. Then let's start with that guy. Hey, you, there in the cell. Ignore it again. Hello. We were wondering if you might be able to tell us anything about this morning's incident. Is anyone else a little afraid of this guy? Not a big talker, huh? It's alright, man. I'm on your side here. Let's start with a handshake, huh? Maybe a hug to break the ice? Seconds. Out. What's that supposed to mean? Hey, I get it, man. Not everyone's the hugging type. I'm cool with that. Oh my gosh, chat, look at him. Round 1, 10 reps each. What is this man up to? I better see what he has to say for himself. Your name? From the blue corner, it's Rocco D29 Carsanto. Don't mind if I keep moving, do ya, boss? Fighter can't let his heart rate drop, see? Doesn't look like there's any danger of that. Don't you worry, you'll lose too much weight doing all that. Gotta make weight before a fight, boss! Won't even make it into the ring if you don't! So wait, I get it. You gotta be a boxer, right? Was, back in the day. It's good to stay fighting fit. Leastways, that's how I see it. So the bear part of your training too? It looks kind of like an apron. It's so cute. Ain't nothing cute about Teddy. Kid's my partner, see? This here polar bear keeps me on my toes. He seems to have loosened up a little. Now's my chance. Where were you and Teddy at the time of the incident? Come on, boss. I ain't no stoolie, and I don't know nothing no how. I'll be the judge of that. Please answer the question. You punch drunk or something, boss? I told you I don't know zip. So you won't play ball. Guess there's only one thing to do, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. The more he protests his ignorance, the more certain I am that he's hiding something. Alright, let's see what you do, exactly what you do and don't know, shall we, Mr. Carcerato? Now, let us analyze the state of play. He adopts a boxing stance when he's on high alert. My guess is that things won't go well if I push too hard at such moments. When my opponent is on the offensive, I should remain calm and bide my time. He's bound to reveal an opening eventually, which is when I'll pounce. First, let's see if our friend here knows anything about the incident. I'll start by asking about his movements, and bring this fight to an end before he knows what hit him. Why don't you start by telling me what you've done today? You will answer me, Mr. Carcerato. What? Do you want to shoot the champ? Is that it? Then put him up, pal. Domain expansion. Interrogation gambit. Or maybe this is his stand power, chat. Maybe forget domain expansion. This is his stand. Edgeworth is definitely the type that would have more of a stand and do the wacky poses than an explain. Let's be real. Not that I've watched either anime, but... Throwing in the towel already? It's gotta be a record! Fisticuffs is hardly my style, but I'm more than happy to take you on in a game of chess. Incidentally, don't you get tired ducking and diving like that all the time? You think I don't got the stamina, kid? Oh, just you try me. I ain't tired. Not today, not ever. Especially not today. Took it real easy this morning. Had me some quiet cell time. Hardly broke a sweat. Really? You look pretty sweaty to me. Give me a break, will ya? I'm done talking, okay? I'm tired. Yeah, real tired. You may have kept your boxing skills sharp, Mr. Carcerato, but I'm afraid your lying needs quite a bit of work. Tired? Really? I hardly think that's possible. Especially not after you just told me about your quiet cell time this morning. Ooh, we gotta be careful here, Teddy. When this guy lands, he lands. Oh, he's taking the training wheels off. He's going Super Saiyan. He's going Super Saiyan, chat. He's hiding something. I'm sure of it. Floating chess pieces count. Bakiri, stands can do. Have you ever heard of JoJo? Stands can do whatever the fuck you want, man. Like, I'm not joking. Who's to say that there isn't a floating guy with a chess piece for a head floating behind Edgeworth causing this to happen? Stands are like Deus Ex Machina, just random bullshit go ability, the fucking concept. You know, I don't fucking... I should try asking about what was happening at the time of the incident, both in and outside his cell. I won't need to use my fists in this next round. No, I'll deliver this knockout using carefully chosen words alone. Do you remember what you were doing at the time of the incident? I was, catching some Z's. We both was. The incident happened only a short while ago. You seemed wide awake, all things considered. There's no logic to stance. The logic is that they have no logic, Stevish. Fighter's got to be able to get up quick when he's down. But he needs his beauty sleep too. Feels muscle. Is that so? Then I apologize for waking you. I have read that the rest is an important part of any boxer's training regime. You don't say! So, Mr. Prosecutor savvy when it comes to the fight game, huh? Who knew? Interesting. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? I don't remember telling you. You've been eavesdropping, haven't you? You've been listening to every word we've said out here in the corridor. Which means you weren't asleep, and that you were lying. Again. But Kareem, when I said anything you want, I meant more like that, like, I didn't mean that the person doing it chooses it. I meant that the stands themselves could just be whatever the fuck, anything. That's more what I meant. You're good, kid. Caught me clean with that one. Alright, I admit it. I wasn't catching no Z's. But what? A guy can't work out in his cell no more without lawyers getting involved? Or is a man taking care of himself a crime now? The fact that we now know he was awake is an important development. It could well prove to be a useful clue. Did you notice anything strange around the time of the incident? What do you mean, strange? Answer the question. Tell me what was going on around that time. Wish I could help you, boss. But I was asleep. We both was. Time to deploy my clue. Enough of your bare-faced lies. You weren't asleep. You were exercising. You told me as much yourself. Oof, a counterpunch, huh? Should've seen that one coming. Seems you have you on the ropes, Mr. Carcerato. It's time to come clean about what you know. Alright, you don't gotta shout about it. Stomping around like you own the place. Teddy and his pals have been scared enough this morning already. Already, you say? You've done well to endure this long, but I fear you'll soon be out for the count. You say the animals have been scared enough already, which implies something happened here earlier. Well, what was it, Mr. Carcerato? Quit it, will ya? I'm getting shell-shocked here. Fine, shellacked, I think he said. Somebody yelled, okay? Real loud, real scared. Got all the little guys scared, too. Yeah, laugh it up, Mr. Big Shot Lawyer. Let me see you do the same thing in the ring. Huh. Checkmate. Mind chest, checkmate. I think we've now established that you know more than you're letting on, don't you? Fine, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's not get carried away, Kay. Our work has only just begun. Hey, can we call a time out here for a sec, guys? There's something super big I need to say. It's just, well, it's like fate brought us here today. For all these years, Edgeworth. And it's a real privilege watching how you work. Eye-opening stuff, in fact. Just thought you should know I'll be telling you-know-who what you've become. Who know who? Keen to get the lowdown, huh? Well, that's enough. This has nothing to do with Kay. Whoa, don't have a cow, man. Why so sensitive? Report whatever you wish to whomever you wish. Just do it on somebody else's time. Whatever you say, boss man, but I think he should know at least. You know, how you've been living your life since you signed on to doing things the Von Karma way. After all, you disappointed him enough for one lifetime already. Am I right? What's he talking about, Mr. Edgeworth? Nothing that need concern you, Kay. Our focus should be on Mr. Carcerato. Now, shall we continue? It's time to hear the truth at last. Heh, you won't land a glove on me, kid. There was a show, finished right around 10 a.m. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways I tried to. Barely got any count of two before somebody screams, "What the? Ah!" Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. But what can I'm locked in here, right? So I tunes out and I gets back to work. I find it curious that you would pay so little heed to a desperate cry for help. Like I say, boss, what can I do? Besides, this is the joint. Nobody thank nobody for getting involved in what ain't none of their concern. I hear you, brother. The best you can do is rubberneck in here from anyway, am I right? You mentioned training, Mr. Carcerato. I can't help but notice how well equipped your cell is. There's a guy, the fixer, they call him. What's a fixer? Fellow who can get his hands on just about anything you need. For a price. No way! Think you can find me a... Perhaps Mr. Carcerato what you ought to ask is for a beginner's guide to giving better testimony. Because I could promise you that you'll be down for the count in one. You put me down? Try it, you bum. What am I? Chopped liver? Rebuttal. What are we doing, chat? We pressing? Press? Okay, we'll press all. What kind of show was it exactly? Depends on the day. They bring him in from outside, see? Singers, dancers, all kinds. Give those cons a little something to look forward to. Nice! That sounds like fun. And you went along to see today's show? Sure I did. Can't miss a chance to get a glimpse of the outside world now, can I? Then it was over. Came back here after, did some training. What did this training involve? Let's see now. Today was stamina and rhythm work, which means jump rope. What? In that tiny cell? How? And what about Teddy? Isn't that dangerous for him? Kid's no dummy. The second I get my rope out, he jumps up and holds on tight. By the way, isn't he adorable, chat? Look at this little goober. Look at him looking at the hand pump, the rhythms. You love them. He's a fucking goober, isn't he? He is adorable. You jump rope with a polar bear clinging to your chest. I told you, didn't I? We're partners. And besides, a little extra weight's good for me. You can't be friends with a polar bear. It will maul you, by the way. I wanted to stop by and say hi. Hi, meme. Good to see you too. The VOD will be up if you want to catch up. Anyway, I started jumping rope. I tried to. Barely got to the count of two before somebody screams, "What the? Ah!" Tell us more about the scream you heard. It was the scream of a guy about to scream his last. And I should know. Whoa there, good buddy. There's a time and a place, you know? So it was clearly audible. The guy backed into a corner, fighting for his life. You ever hear something like that, boss? Well, I have, and yeah, it was clearly audible. Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. And that's all you heard? There was nothing else? Nope, nothing much anyhow. So there was something. What else did the victim say? You have to tell me. Oh, I do, huh? Why don't you come over here and I'll see if I can make it squeal like he did. When raised by them? Yeah, but there's a very good chance it'll also accidentally kill you, even if it doesn't want to. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forgive the kid here. He doesn't know when to quit. Come on, Miles, apologize to the good man. But this is clearly important, and yet he insists on remaining infuriatingly vague. Look, friend, how about you let this slide, please, for me? Huh. So yeah, I heard the voice, like I said. But what can I do? I'm locked in here, right? So I tunes it out and I get back to work. You were able to concentrate on your training, even after hearing all that screaming. Look, if I was on the outside, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I'd have seen what I could do. But this ain't the outside. I can't go to a place even if I want to. And you didn't think to slip out from your cell to go sneak a peek. I don't think anyone else would have thought of doing that except you, Kay. If only this wasn't a prison, Mr. Knight might have lived. I somehow doubt it. Frankly speaking, there was no saving him. What? But if somebody could just gotten to him in time. Mr. Carcerato is clearly lying. What I don't understand is why. Let's see what I can uncover by pointing out the contradiction in his testimony. Alright, chat, what are we doing? You've got the evidence. Let me know what to do. We're raising a polar bear? Okay, I mean, sure. I guess you are doing that. But what are we presenting? 100% distracted. Midway through pressing. Okay, here are the statements. There was a show, finished right around 10 a.m. Came back here after, did me some training. Leastways, I tried to. Barely got to the count of 2 before somebody screams, "What the? Ah!" Guy was hollering and howling, crying for help. But what can I do? I'm locked up in here, right? So I tunes it out and I gets back to work. The holler and howling statement. Number 3 is the what the. Number 4 is the hollering and howling statement. So it's this statement you guys want to present on, right? Just want to confirm. On the hollering statement. Yeah, it is this one. Okay. Objection! Are you listening carefully, Mr. Carcerato? Huh? You trying to be cute or something? The victim died from a wound to the throat. And very quickly at that. He had neither the time nor the ability to scream as you claim he did. You say you heard the victim's cries, and yet that would have been impossible. But there must have been a scream. He said there was. Ooh, what? He said there was? Nah, quit looking so smug, will ya? Fine, I admit it. I didn't hear nothing, alright? But the guy in the next cell did. He told me so. The next cell? You mean... Huh? What do you want? I heard a scream. What of it? We came back from the show and they put us in our cells, same as always. Then, just like I told this guy, I heard it. A scream. A real scary one. Scary how, exactly? Didn't tell him this part, I guess, but it was kind of like... Eek! Someone! Anyone! Come quickly! He's... Something like that. Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed. It sounds more likely to have been the person who found his body. Ah, that explains it! So Mr. Carcerato was telling the truth. More or less. Is that really the case, though? Are there really no problems now with his testimony? Any problems with this testimony, chat? Oh, wow, you're catching on to metagaming Ace Attorney. You're starting to catch on. A lot of people are saying no, though. What do we choose here, chat? Well, this is the person who found the body. Apparently, from what we know. Well, chat, what are we selecting? There is a problem. I'm afraid a new problem has reared its head. Namely, why didn't you hear the scream yourself, Mr. Carcerato? You guys are barking up the wrong tree, chat. I don't know why none of you didn't consider this. Why the fuck didn't that guy hear it? Why the fuck? The guy next to him heard it, but he didn't? The fuck? How does that make sense? Ace Attorney. You gotta love it. Yeah, what gives, pal? How come you didn't hear anything when your neighbor heard it clear as day? Eek! What do you think, I did the crime or something, huh? From inside of this here's cell? Guy died over in the workshop, in case you forgot. Well, yeah, it does seem a little weird now that you mention it. He's right, neither of us could have done it. Cause let me tell you, if I could get out of this here cage and murder someone, you'd all be toast. Eek! Ain't that the truth? You bums even leaving this place if one of us can help it. Well, you ain't leaving this place in one piece of any of us, and I almost forgot that these men are hardened criminals. Well, I won't be doing that again anytime soon. I'm guessing this wasn't how you saw this going, Edgeworth. What's my next move here? I won't get much more of them out of them in this state. Who's there? Order in the court. Who died and made you the boss of me, huh? Can't you see we're busy here? Hush now. Silence is golden. It is? Your hand, if you please. By the power vested in me, I hereby sentence you to blissful silence. Praise be, a simple life awaits you. No money, no possessions. May the goddess of justice watch over you, now and always. Guard, if you would. Looks like he'll be spending the night in solitary, buddy. What? Come on, please, boss. Any place but there. There is no need to be afraid, my child. If anything, you should rejoice. This is a blessing, a chance to redeem yourself, to be reborn. No! O goddess of justice, bless your child and keep him in your care. O Holy One, we give thanks in your name. And you are? Verity Gavel, at your service. It is my honor to bear the title of judge and to work at the pleasure of the law. And what is a judge doing in a place like this? Since you ask, Mr. Edgeworth, I have been sent here to find you. I come bearing a message from the Committee for prosecutorial excellence, and it is my sacred duty to deliver it. The Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence? What the heck is that? It is first and foremost a name that should not be taken in vain, my child. For it is a sacred phrase from the goddess of justice herself. Why don't I fill you in, kiddo? The committee is a panel of 11 people whose job it is to keep our beloved prosecutors honest. In other words, they make sure people like Edgeworth here don't cross the professional line. Gee, wish those people were there when Von Karma was doing his shit. Not very effective at their job, are they, chat? They're doing a shit job, exactly. The panel is comprised of people from both the legal and political professions. A panel of which you are a member, I assume. I am. Allow me to thank you on the committee's behalf for your service. Thanks for coming to see us like this. Speaking for myself, it's a real honor to meet you. It's always great to hang with a judicial compadre. Come on, bring it in and chillax. We're all friends here. Need I remind you that the committee has a long-standing relationship with the Bar Association? Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just trying to lighten the mood, okay? So, your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them? Precisely, my child. Praise be to the goddess of justice for bestowing her gift of insight onto you. The committee has the power to remove problematic prosecutors from cases. And, should a prosecutor truly unworthy of the title be brought to our attention, we are vested with the power to confiscate that prosecutor's badge. And what does the Committee for Prosecutory whatever you said want with Mr. Edgeworth? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Pitiful, you really don't know, do you? What an ignoramus. And who are you, pal? Winner. Eustace Winner. Prosecutor extraordinaire. Though you might know me as just the Winner, a name they call me down in the prosecutor's office. With great affection, I might add. I have never heard of you. And how about Detective Flatfoot over there? Nope. Name means nothing to me. Well, it's to be expected of an ignoramus, I suppose. Ignorance is sweet, as they say, so I'm not sure most things mean sweet nothings to you. Ignorance is bliss, Winner, and I don't think sweet nothings means what you think it means. It is entirely natural that you aren't yet acquainted. Eustace only joined us last month. So he's nothing but a rookie? I'm not just any rookie, I am a winning rookie. Which he will prove himself to be in due time. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. What do you mean? What mess? I fear I know exactly what he means. The committee sending an envoy with a new prosecutor in tow. I suspect I know what you're getting at, Winner. But I'm going to need a few more details. Would you mind explaining, Judge Gavel? Very well. By the power vested in me by the Goddess of Justice, I hereby declare that in the matter of the incident at the presidential address and the murder of Mr. Bronco Knight, the committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. What? Mr. Edgeworth is off the case? Just like that? Judge Gavel, I believe I asked you for an explanation. No explanation is required. The guilty verdict is in. The goddess has spoken and her judgment is final. And what exactly have I done to warrant being taken off the case? Come now, Mr. Edgeworth. Claiming ignorance of your crimes will not serve to lessen your guilt. You boarded the presidential plane, violating the principle of extraterritoriality, and while there, you performed an unsanctioned investigation and subjected a visiting foreign leader to questioning. She's kind of got us there, chat. Wow. You were one wrong move away from causing a major international incident. You vastly overstepped the authority of your office. To call it an abuse of power would be no understatement. I don't deny that I may have pushed the boundaries where certain rules were concerned, but there is also no denying that certain risks must be taken if one is to arrive at the truth. I refuse to concede that my actions were inappropriate. Then what you are saying is that the ends justify the means, that rules can be freely ignored? That is a very dangerous way of thinking. Yeah, they were probably on a deadline for this. I don't blame them. This game was only translated for this collection. The fact that this game exists at all is a miracle. Let me just tell you that right now. The law is absolute. It is not to be bent to your whims. Forgive me, but not all of us believe as you do. Is that so? How unfortunate. Still, it changes nothing. When a trial ends, the hammer falls. Be you defendant or attorney, even if the verdict seems irrational, nothing more can be done. Nothing, that is, but to give your thanks to the goddess of justice's divine grace. By the way, what do you guys think about her extendo gravel? Why does her gravel do that? Gravel do that? Don't worry about it. Why wouldn't it is the better question. Unless you wish to appeal. To do so would be to risk your badge, of course. So they mean to take my badge if I don't play along. Whoa, tough break, Edgeworth. I see you've accepted your fate. Good. Guards, if you would be so kind as to escort him out. It's Gavel. I said it wrong. What are you doing, detective? What are you doing, detective? I'm in charge here now. So you'll do as I say and move out of the way. What? You're not the boss of me. Unlucky for you, Flatfoot. That's exactly what I am. They're holding all the cards here. I don't stand a chance. Detective Gumshoe, do as Mr. Winter says. But sir! Judge Gavel. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? The committee's decision is beyond irrational. So yes, I do plan to appeal. You haven't heard the last of this. Duly noted. Until we meet again then. Let's go, Kay. We're leaving. Right! Oh, and remember, you know who will be getting a full report on all of this. To be continued. I do not know who. Don't worry, we're not supposed to know right now, Awario. Edgeworth and the Edgeworth and that guy seem to know, but we as viewers don't. Anyway, this is a good time for me to mention I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna be right back, chat. Sorry to do this to y'all, but there's only so much that I could do. Okay? I'll be right back. Back, chat. We're back. And I got myself some cookies. Aw, yeah, baby. Cookies. What flavor? Variety. I've got some chocolate chip, double chocolate, chocolate with white chocolate chips. I got some caramel ones in here. I bought them for work, and there were some leftovers, so I brought them home. There's some salted caramel in here. I think there's a birthday cake one in here. Oh, no, I think I left that one there for coworkers on Monday. Yeah, good stuff. Steve-ish, I'm sorry. We can't be friends if you don't like caramel. Ugh, still can't believe what happened yesterday. It was terrible the way those two treated you. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding, obviously, Steve-ish. Now let's cut to the chase. I'm here to clean up your mess, Edgeworth. The committee hereby decrees that Prosecutor Edgeworth be relieved of his duties and replaced by Prosecutor Winner. Here ends the verdict. Judge Gaval and Mr. Winner certainly didn't mince their words. But that's not what concerns me right now. I'm more worried about what the committee's reasons for doing what they did. Caramel's too sweet for you? That's valid. I love caramel, though. And what they might do next, I suspect it won't be good. Earth to Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, of course. So this is it? You're giving up on the Bronco Knight case? No, I have no intention of doing any such thing. To walk away from the case would be to tactfully accept the committee's decision. The only problem is that I don't have the authority to continue investigating. Yes? What is it, Detective? I got some bad news, sir. Word down at the precinct is... they just arrested somebody for Knight's murder. What? Do you know who it is? No, but I heard they're being held in the detention center. Maybe you could go talk to whoever it is? Good idea. Let's get down there, Mr. Edgeworth. Even without the authority to investigate, surely I could still pay a suspect an innocent visit. All right, we're on our way. Me too. I'll see you there, sir. But won't you be missed, Detective? Nah, everyone's busy in the prison going over the crime scene anyway. Good. Then we'll see you shortly. Yes, sir. Come on, Kay. Let's go. You got it. Still no sign of them, huh? Indeed. Wait, this is just like last time. Please don't tempt fate like that. No, I can't. I just can't. Sure you can. I told you, it's just a pair of visitors. Sounds like someone really doesn't want to see us. No. Just talk with them, please. But one of them's a prosecutor, right? Aren't they all super scary? All they do is stare at you, right into your soul. Ah, you must be the suspect in the... Ah! See, I told you! Okay, why is this man so flustered? Probably because you're being you, but I guess that's just how you are. Thanks for clearing up absolutely nothing. Hey, Mr. Suspect, you doing okay in there? We just want to have a little chat with you. No biggie, right? Who are you? I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's trusty sidekick. It's just a part-time gig I'm doing while I take a break from my real job, though. Funny, I don't recall ever employing you. And that's Mr. Edgeworth. He is a prosecutor, but he's not going to stare a hole into your soul or anything. Oh, please. Really? 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 Anyway, can you first please tell us your name? It's Saint. Simeon Saint. Well, nice to meet you, Simeon. You can call me Kay. Everyone else does. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. Please, Simeon, we're trying to help you, I promise. Really? Thanks to Kay, it sounds like we might finally get some answers at least. To be fair, Edgeworth totally does stare into your soul. Let's be real, chat. Let's be here for a second. He absolutely does that. Perhaps you could start by telling us a little about yourself. Me? But why would anyone want to know about anything about me? I'm boring. I'm nothing. I'm a nobody. Do you have a job? Oh, well, it's hardly worth mentioning, really. I'm your average corporate pencil pusher, just like everyone else, honest. This is going to take a while. About you and Mr. Knight. And just when I thought we were making progress. Okay. So, Simeon, did you know Mr. Knight? Come on, you could tell me. Bronco? Yeah, I knew him. We were friends. Interesting. I wonder if he knew that Knight had been arrested. And, did you know Mr. Knight had been arrested? Yeah, I even came to visit him. He came to see Knight. I wonder when that would have been. And when was that, Simeon? It was the day before yesterday, around lunchtime. I came as soon as I got the call from the cops. The police called him? Why? How come the police called you? They said Bronco asked them to. That he needed a favor. A favor? Uh-huh. He wanted me to bring him his chess set. The pocket-sized one. So I went by his place and then I came here. A chess set. A chess set? Is it just me, or is she getting better at stealing my thoughts? Oh, there you go, Steven. I was waiting. You do know everything you think is written all over your face, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hi, Ty. Yeah, I'm not a mind reader, just an expression reader. Amazing, right? Don't you just love having a sidekick as helpful as me? And have you read what my next move is going to be? I sure have. There's something you want to show Simeon. Indeed. Let's present it to him and see what he has to say about it. So, this chess set. Oh, that's the one I brought for Bronco. Well, that settles that at least. Boom. Evidence updated. We, found it next to Mr. Knight. He always had to have a chessboard somewhere nearby. K-Stan, your next line is... I'm not surprised he had it with him when he... Simeon, you and Mr. Knight, you were very close, weren't you? Yeah, we were best friends. At least, I thought we were. But I guess I was wrong about that. What do you mean? If I knew him so well, why was it such a shock for me to find out he had killed someone? It's not easy discovering that someone you're close to has committed a terrible crime. It's a very bitter pill to swallow indeed. How could it all end like this? I could never have imagined something so awful. Something's not right here, Mr. Edgeworth. There's just no way Simeon murdered Mr. Knight. Yes, he certainly doesn't seem to have an obvious motive. Then again, he wouldn't have been arrested for no reason either. I wonder what grounds they had for doing so. I won't commit a crime, I promise. Why were you arrested, Mr. Saint? Dude does not want to talk to fucking Edgeworth. I just don't get it. Why won't he talk to me? I don't know. Honestly, I don't. Whoa, he answered you, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess he's not scared of you anymore. Thank goodness for small miracles. The cops burst into my house this morning out of nowhere. And before I knew it, I was here. These policemen, was there a prosecutor with them? Yes, some kid named D-Winner or something? The rookie. I thought as much. So, did they interrogate you yet? What? I'm gonna be interrogated? By the cops? Well, yeah, I mean, you've been arrested. You're a suspect now. No! Well, the detectives shouted at me and threatened me. Oh! There are always these hulky guys right who get in your face and force you to. Detective Dick Gumshoe reporting for duty. Ah! See, I told you! Please don't hurt me! Please don't catch me with those huge arms! No, please! I'm calling the cops! What's up with this guy, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, nothing, detective. You're just being you. I guess it's just how you are. I don't get it, sir. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, Simeon is clearly innocent. So there's gotta be something we could do for him, isn't there? Mr. Saint. Yes? You were Mr. Knight's friend, and 2 days ago, you came to visit him. Shamika's neighbors aren't scared. These walls are pretty decently soundproof. I think I'm okay. I haven't heard literally anything from them next door, so they must not be that. It must be okay. Yes, I didn't kill anyone. Very well, then I will choose to believe you, and I will do all that I can to assist you. I mean, they might. I'm pretty vocal about it when my brother's not here. Huh? But why would you help a nobody like me? Let's just say that I may not be doing it solely for your sake. I have something of personal interest in this case. That's right, it's payback time. We'll show those two whose investigation reigns supreme. Ooh yeah, now we're cooking. Unfortunately, I still lack the authority to conduct said investigation. As such, my resources are rather limited, and I'll need to lean heavily on the ones I do have at hand. Which means you, Mr. Saint, your information will be invaluable going forward. In other words, let's see if we can't help one out, another out, shall we? Oh, I just thought of something. Why don't you just borrow an attorney's badge? Then you can represent our pal here. Now's not the time for jokes, Scummy. I mean, Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. He couldn't defend anyone if his life depended on it. But I wasn't kidding. I just thought helping suspects, that's what a defense attorney does, you know? Sure, but we can do that too. The only thing that matters is that we find the real culprit in the end. So come on, let's get to work. Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you know already, but just to be clear, if our investigation ultimately proves you to be the culprit, we'll have no choice but to treat you like any other suspect. But you needn't worry. I believe you, or at least, I have decided to try. For now. Just hold tight and try to believe in us in return, if nothing else. It might help you feel a little less alone. Now, if you'll excuse me. So, we talked a good game in there, but we can't even get back inside the main prison to see the scene of the crime. Maybe defending the guy in court is our best bet after all? Gummy can't defend for his life, remember? Well, who do we have here? If it isn't Edgeworth and the gang! What are you cats doing here? Listen, pal, if you've come to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, Hey, easy there, Detective Flatfoot Sholmes. I'm here to work. Work? What? You're here to defend somebody? Whoa, the K-Meister nails it in one. Aren't you just the uber intelligentes of the bunch? Uber intelligentes? That's not how you use either of those words, Fender. Some may say I'm an easygoing old rogue about town, but I'm actually not a half-bad attorney. Which is why I've been summoned to the old Jaileroonie for a meeting with the new client. The suspect is one Simony Sainsbury. I think you need to rethink that one, bro. You mean Simeon Saint? Wow, that's freaky! You know more about my job than I do! Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender's a defense attorney. Aren't you thinking what I'm thinking? I fear I might be. In fact, it could be our only option. Not so long ago, I found myself embroiled in another case that wasn't mine. I managed to worm my way onto the crime scene by agreeing to be a certain someone's subordinate. Not an experience I ever wanted to repeat, but I fear I may have very little choice. Fender, Before you say another word, I just gotta point out the fine print. Eddie Fender doesn't take on associates. Say it ain't so! I hear you protesting, but pompous prosecutors are a no-go. Especially those of the Von Karma variety. I should have known he wouldn't forgive me that easily. I understand why you wouldn't want to work with someone like me. What's more, I understand how you feel about all things Von Karma. But please, believe me when I say, I'm not the man I was back then. I'm no longer under my old mentor's spell. You better believe it, pal! Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man! Sure, he used to be the demon prosecutor, but he's not like that anymore. I do have feelings, detective. Gummy's right! Mr. Edgeworth's one of the good guys now! He's not just a prosecutor, he's a hero! He got me off the hook just last month! You don't say! Well, that escalated quickly! But he was! There's no other word for it! He was heroic! Great thiefly, even! Please, Fender, don't you think there's something odd about the way the committee stepped in yesterday? There's more to this case than meets the eye. I'm certain of it. I can't just walk away from this. I can't. Please, allow me to help you with this investigation. Sheesh! A bow from the great Miles Edgeworth? Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. So enlighten me, if you will. What made the leopard change his spots? Well, I suppose I would have to say the courtroom itself. I have experienced so many things. I met so many people there within its four walls, including some old friends who showed me a better way to be. How could that not change a person? Well, I'll be. The old you would have never have barred his soul like that. That was beautiful. You might even surprise you-know-who, and you know how much that takes. Tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to start again with a clean slate. So, this is me. Edgeworth & Co. Lodge Offices, Eddie Fender, Senior Partner. Edgeworth & Co. Law Offices? Interesting. That's an interesting place that, Eddie Fender seems to be working at. Edgeworth? That's right. Mr. Fender here began his legal career as an assistant to my late father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? Your dad was a defense attorney? So the you-know-who Mr. Fender keeps talking about is... The clever K-Meister nails it in one yet again. That's right, I was talking about his old man. Guess you all noticed I kept his name over the door, so to speak. Least I could do for old Gregory, really. Listen, Edgeworth, Miles, I'm going to level with you here. I don't trust you. Not fully, anyway. I can't just forget about all those years you spent licking Von Karma's boots, you know. Anyone can say they've changed. I'm going to need you to prove it. And besides, you know it's what Gregory would have wanted. Very well, I accept. Okay, then that's enough hardball for one day. Let's move to the fun stuff. I hereby appoint you interim associate of Edgeworth & Co. Congrats, man. I will try not to let you down. Well, doesn't this bring a tear to the eye? The prodigal son coming on board at his late father's firm. Permission to come on board too? Please, Mr. Fender. You don't even have to ask, kiddo. Welcome to the crew. Woohoo! Thanks, Captain. All right, I guess it's time to go to work. So, where to begin? Any bright ideas, Miles? Where were we when we so rudely interrupted? Well, I guess it's safe to say that probably wasn't the victim. Indeed, it sounds more likely to have been the person who found the body. What about Gumshoe? He's a police officer. He already has the authority to investigate the crime scene, Steve-ish. Did you forget that he's part of the police force? It's okay. I did too. Don't worry. Just what I was thinking, eager associate. We do indeed. Sorry, I believe we need to speak to the person who found the body. Yeah. Still the type to smile and nod, I see. That will certainly make my life easier, boss. Now that that's decided, let's get going. What about me? I'm a detective. I can't just hop on board as an attorney assistant like you guys. He has a point. I can't leave him adrift all on his own, now can I? Detective Gumshoe, I have a special assignment for you. You are to continue investigating the case under Mr. Winter. And if you happen to discover anything that seems useful, you are to notify me immediately. You're in a uniquely powerful position, Detective, and I'm gonna need all the info you can pass our way. You can count on me, sir! I'm a real pro when it comes to letting things slip to the defense. He's not wrong! He knows! Oh my gosh. All those years with Phoenix Wright. That's funny. Trust me, I know. But just this once, those loose lips of yours might be what saves our ship. Phoenix trained him well. Yeah, see, counter him. He does know well. Salute. Throw wide the prison gates, good sirs, because here we come. So, any idea how to track down whoever found the Bronzer's body, Miles? I think our best bet would be to simply ask around. Oh, don't you dare! Oh. Who is this? Excuse me, but oh my, just look at you. Are you talking to me? Just fabulously chic, darling. Fabulously. Facial hair is so very au courant, don't you think? Enchanté, mademoiselle, and much obliged. Defense attorney Eddie Fender, at your service. Let's get things off there in the right foot, shall we? A little embarrasser, perhaps? Embrasser, perhaps? Oh, ho, ho, ho. I like the sound of that. Not dead, chat. Not dead. Not dead. It is very much. Look at him, chat. Look at that face. Okay, good. Oh my god. Right on the kisser! Well, how else does one greet a new friend? A little smooch is entirely de rigueur, don't you think? Wow, talk about stealing a kiss. Indeed, an act so shameless it puts even the great thieves to shame. Physical contact is so very important as a form of expression for our little family. Everyone in this lovely home will tell you as much. Hey, if everyone else is hip to that, I can be hip to that too, sure. Fifi Lagarde, by the way, warden of this charming abode. You may call me Fifi, of course. So she's the warden of the entire detention center and prison facility, is she? A pleasure to meet you, Miss Lagarde. Miles Edgeworth. I am an associate with Mr. Fender's practice. Hi, waifu. Yep, tail spotted. I hope you don't mind me asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no! I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. It was a simply spectacular event featuring some terrifically talented animals. Anyone anyone had to be there. If you were here at home, you'd be watching the show with me. The performers set up a special stage in the yard just for us. We're one very lucky family, n'est-ce pas? So she was at the circus performance for the inmates yesterday morning. Mr. Karsataro mentioned a show yesterday as well. He must have been talking about the same thing. What time did this show take place? From around 8 until 10, maybe. Yeah, something like that. Look at him, chat. Chat, look at him. Chat, I want you to look at him. Chat. Okay, are you looking, chat? Look at him. Meaning it finished right around the body was discovered. And by dint of having attended the show, she has a reasonably solid alibi. Oh, would you look at the time? Sorry, darlings, but I really must dash. Feel free to explore our home. Mikasa, Sukasa, and all that. Ciao for now. How about we look at this too? Observing. Well, now what? What now, Mr. Edgeworth? The person who found the body screamed, and that scream was heard by one inmate that we know of. Therefore, our first task is to question this inmate and see where his information will take us next. He enjoys the scarf light, yeah. I wonder where this door leads. I don't know about you, but I'm getting some real strong vibes coming from there. Maybe that's where they keep the super duper dangerous prisoners. That's certainly a real possibility, in which case, we better turn back while we still can. Wait, I was only kidding, you know? This is the door to one of the workshops. Why do they have workshops at a prison anyway? They're for people to train in, for when they return to life in the outside world. But a dead body was found in one of them, right? So then, it's not really doing a good job of helping anyone return to life, is it? I suppose that's another reason why we should aim to clear up this mystery as soon as possible. About the person who found the body, do you happen to know where he is right now? Should be in one of the workshops, I guess. Usually at this hour. Then it seems the workshops are our next port of call. Alright, chat. Who is gonna be the one who saw the body? Take your guesses right now. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a real chance you might know them. Who saw the body, chat? I can see the crime scene through the window in this door. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just shove your whole face in front of a window like that. You have to do it more sneaky-like. Steal a few good looks while keep looking out for your enemies. I am not a criminal, Kay, so why should I have to behave like one? Yeesh, I was just trying to teach you my special sneak peek technique. Well, I have no need for any such technique, thank you very much. Hello? Anybody in there? Nice try, kiddo, but this isn't a bathroom stall. Yo, you there! Could you help us out here, my good man? Yes, sir, what can I do for you? Is somebody using this workshop right now? Yes, sir, one of the prisoners is in there. Just confirmed it myself during the noontime roll call. We'd like to speak to this prisoner, if that's all right. Sure, I'll go fetch him right now. Won't take a sec. This one's all yours, Milesy boy. What? Why? Let's just say I'd rather not roll the dice on someone I don't know, yeah? Huh? I thought adults were all supposed to be strong and brave. Well, you're not looking so brave yourself right now, so let's call it even. Here they come. Hello, hello. Yes, hello. Oh, fucking. Oh, fucking course, saw it. I hear you wish to speak to me. Not exactly the hardened criminal we were expecting, is he? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a public prosecutor. For anyone who doesn't know, he was the culprit of the very first Ace Attorney case ever. Case 1, Game 1. He was the culprit. A prosecutor, you say? Eddie Fender, attorney at law. What happened to being too scared to handle this? Listen, sorry about my pal here. He gets the weirdest ideas. Prosecutor indeed. That'll be the day. He's actually just an associate. Jeez, Miles, get a grip, will ya? He's right. I mustn't forget that I'm a defense attorney's assistant for the time being. Ah, that explains it. I did think you looked a little different from the prosecutor I spoke with yesterday. She's already spoken to Winner. Would you mind answering a few questions? No, of course not. I'd be delighted. The name saw it. Frank saw it. The witness is all yours, my young associate. Sure, have the intern do everything. Why not? Mr. Sod, you are no doubt aware that No, because Edge doesn't know him? Yeah. The reason is because the prosecutor for that very first case was Winston Payne. So Edgeworth does not know this man. We don't love Payne. Would you mind telling us where you were at the time the body was found? Yes, it was in that workshop there, working as one might expect. What kind of work were you doing? Well, I'm actually retraining at the moment. I'm hoping to become a stylist, you see? A pet stylist, that is. Yes, so I've been studying hard and practicing every moment I can. An unusual field of study befitting an unusual prison, I suppose. And that's it! I certainly didn't see anything. Interesting. I barely asked him anything at all, and he's already sweating bullets. So, yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you, sorry. Hold it! No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Sawit, for this interview has only just begun. I mean, even if you were to ask me, You know something, don't you? You could say he saw it. You could... It's that... He's definitely hiding something. I'll need to push him a little harder if I'm to get any answers. The first step is to analyze the situation. Let's take a look at our opponent. I didn't see anything! I really can't help you, I'm afraid. Something tells me he'd be a good poker player. It's hard to tell much at all from his face. And I don't think he'll be giving me much in the way of physical cues either. I'll have to rely solely on his words instead. That's the only way I'll know what's going on underneath. Alright, time to make my first move. Let's see who we're dealing with here. He may be good at hiding his emotions, but everyone has a tell. Tell me, what's your connection to this incident? Which incident? The murder? Oh, well, it has nothing to do at all with me, nothing. Really? I wouldn't dream of getting involved in anything as ghastly as that. Well, you see, how can I put this? Well, I like to think of myself as an upstanding citizen. A good person, if you will. I don't need to provoke him with that. If you don't have anything to ask me, I do need to be going. Aw, shit. Okay, I need to provoke him. Got it. Mr. Sot may be good at hiding his emotions, but he also has a tell. I just need to watch for it and respond. Forgive me, Mr. Sot, but under no normal circumstances, good people do not tend to end up in prison. That's... So you do well to tell me what you know about the incident. How many times do I have to tell you people? I mean, I don't know anything, I swear. Surely you've noticed, Mr. Sot, that I have you... Okay, no, I fucked that one up. Really? It seems to me that you're just wasting my time. Ugh, I should have picked my words more wisely. Shit, I'm messing this up pretty bad, chat. Chat, I'm fucking this up bad. Sorry, I don't know what more to say, but I can't help you. My apologies, Mr. Sot. But considering that the incident occurred right here in the prison, I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing at all. Oh, well, yes, I suppose I can see how it could seem unlikely, but it is true. If you're looking for the person who found the body, you'll just have to look elsewhere. I never said that. Why do you think I'm looking for the person who found the body? I certainly never mentioned any such thing to you. Is it because you do know something that you're not telling me after all? No, I just sensed that's who you might be looking for, that's all. I'm simply a pet stylist in training. I don't know anything, truly. There's no doubt about it now. This man is hiding something big. In which case, let's find out what he did yesterday, the day of the incident. My opponent is very good at hiding his true feelings, but not for too long. It's time to smash that mask of his and see what lurks behind the phony smile. Tell me about the day of the incident. If you really don't have anything to do with the murder, then you'll have nothing to hide, right? Well, the day of the incident? Oh gosh, I mean, so much happened. None of these questions make sense. If you don't, oh, fuck me. One of them did make sense. God damn it, I can't read this man. What were you doing? I want to know what you were doing, Mr. Sot, in detail. I told you, I'm a pet stylist in training. And that's what I was doing yesterday, training. Specifically, I was giving the animals a trim. You didn't notice any commotion at the time of the incident? I'd imagine things were suddenly quite tumultuous around here. Well, commotion, you say? No, not really. Maybe I heard someone, but... Were they screaming? You heard someone. Was this someone screaming by any chance? And don't try to tell me you don't remember. You continue to assert that you know nothing about the incident, Mr. Sahib, but I'm afraid I don't believe a word of it. Gah! No, I thought I heard someone yelling, but I don't really remember. The fact that he heard a scream at the time of the murder may well prove to be a useful clue. I would do well to bear it in mind. How are things in the prison? The deep sea cat meme image? I do not know that. What was it like here in the prison yesterday morning? I really don't remember. I don't have the best memory, I'm afraid. Time to deploy my clue. You don't remember? Please. You literally just confirmed that you heard a scream. Oh, but I might have been mistaken. The truth is I really don't remember. Your memory fails you yet again? How convenient. But I know you're lying, Mr. Sahib. How dare you talk to me like... I mean, I'm not lying. Look, if you must know, when I'm working with the animals and I get into this zone, they're all I see. I don't understand that you have something of a talent for animal grooming them. Well, my scissor technique could use a little work, but I'd say I'm quite good with the animals. They seem to like me. I'm especially good at calming them down when they get scared. Scared? And when exactly do they get scared? Surely it doesn't happen very often. Well, no, thankfully it doesn't. A loud scream would certainly frighten the animals, wouldn't it? Why are you going to such lengths to deny having heard the scream? Why is it you're hiding, Mr. Sawit? Tell me. Yeah, I can assure you I'm not hiding anything. I'll admit I really did hear somebody scream, but I'm not hiding anything, I promise. The mask is starting to finally beginning to crack. Now to shatter it completely by asking about the scream itself in more detail. I'm afraid you're about to learn a painful lesson, Mr. Sawit. That hiding things from me never ends well for my opponent. When did you hear this scream? Oh, wait, now I remember! I forgot about the show. They put on a show for us prisoners around the time of the incident, you see. Yes, performing animals, if I remember rightly. That's where I was in the morning. So now you wish to claim that you didn't hear a scream because you were at the show. You do realize that goes completely against everything you've told me so far. And what are you gonna do about it, huh? That is, my memory is patchy, as they say. I feel like whenever his mask starts to loosen, I'm supposed to wait. The animal show really had to be seen to be believed. It did it? Tell me, what kind of animals did you see? Let me think. A whale? You weren't at the show, motherfucker. Enough of your lies. You were nowhere near the show, were you? His mask? Essentially, he's putting on an emotional mask. When he starts to get angry at me, that's when I bide my time. Because he's trying to act like all happy and friendly when he's like so when he acts a little angry, I wait. But when he's like all happy, I throw a piece at him. I finally figured him out. It took me a moment. Well, I seem to remember being there, but maybe I was, maybe I wasn't. It's clear Mr. Sawit wasn't at the show. This feels like a vital clue. Who did you hear screaming? Wait, I just realized I made a mistake. Hey Talon, how are you doing today? Here is your hyper tail camera where you get to look at my thick tail base up close. I was out of the yard, yes. So I didn't hear anyone screaming. No one at all. Time to deploy my clue. You weren't at any show. How long are you planning to keep up these lies? I already know that you weren't at the show. Ah! The game's up, Mr. Sawit. It's high time you told me the truth. I demand to know about this scream, now. I can't tell you what I don't know! I didn't hear any scream, not from the person who found the body! He's angry, so I'm gonna bide my time. If you okay, fuck, I was supposed to say something there. God damn it. God. I'm a fucking fraud, chat. Wait, it was, there we go. How curious. Most people would assume that the scream had come from the victim. So then, why do you think it came from the person who found the body, I made a mistake, that's all. How, Mr. Sawit? How did you know that it was the person that found the body who screamed? Shall I tell you? You knew because it was you who found the body. And the scream that was heard when the incident occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you. How did you... It's true, I admit it, but what gives you the right to treat people like this? Checkmate. Now we've established that you were the one who found the body, Mr. Sawit. I believe you have lost any standing you might have had to withhold your cooperation. All right, you win. But I'm sure I won't have anything useful to tell you. It probably isn't even worth your time. It's not for you to decide. By my hand, the truth will be revealed. Every decision I make is to ensure that end. Except, that's not exactly what we're here to do, is it? What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simeon. That's what we do now, remember? We work to get our client out of trouble. Not as a prosecutor, but as a defense attorney's assistant. What the K-Meister said. You need to listen to the kid more, you know? The client has requested the services of Edgeworth & Co. And as your old man always said, your relationship with your client comes before everything else. So if you think Mr. Saint's well-being is taking a backseat to some quest for the truth, well, let's just say I don't like to fire people. So I need you to fight against your instincts a little harder, yeah? This will take some getting used to. In any case, the importance of this man's testimony remains unchanged. Therefore, Mr. Sawit, I'm asking once more, what happened when you found the body? I was in the workshop there by myself, practicing what I learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window, and then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. Let me get this straight. The room you were in is next to the one where the corpse was found. Yes, that's right. I was in Workshop B. And you were there the whole day? Yes, from 7 a.m. roll call onwards. There are 3 roll calls a day, you see. 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. And they check who's in the workshops during roll call, correct? That's right. Nothing was reported to be amiss at 7 a.m. Which means that Knight's body wasn't in the workshop yet at that point in time. New evidence, chat. Guess that means the murder took place after 7 a.m. Which puts it right around the time the show was happening. Ah, yes, the show. I remember the other prisoners going to see it. And therefore, anybody who wasn't at the show has no alibi. Would that be a fair assessment, Mr. Sawit? I guess so, but I only found the body, I swear. There's a clear contradiction in Mr. Sawit's testimony. Rooting it out should be my first priority. Chat, I'm sorry, but something's wrong with me today. I've been tired as fuck, and I haven't been feeling the greatest all day. Because what I'm trying to say is I have to go to the bathroom. Okay, again, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, chat. My body's been acting up a little bit today. I also just ate nothing but shit today, which isn't helping. Pretty much everybody was in the office today, so we bought a bunch of treats and snacks and cookies and stuff. So I've been eating garbage today, which isn't helping. All right. I was in the workshop there by myself, practicing what I learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window. And then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. He presents himself as an innocent bystander, but nothing could be further from the truth. Given what he is, things couldn't have happened as he claims. The contradiction in his testimony is as clear as day. I just need present the evidence that proves it. All right, what are we doing, chat? Pressing, presenting. Remember to refresh your evidence lists as well. Or else you might be a little behind on terms of updated evidence. You can click the little refresh button at the top to refresh it. Look at 2 again? I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. Press 2.
Hold it.
You found yourself there? Really? That's right! And then I found myself peeking through the little window in the door. Why did you think to do that? Gosh, I don't know. I just found myself doing it, really. You clearly weren't concentrating on your work then. No, that's not true. I'm a model prisoner. It's just all the other prisoners have gone to watch the show. I guess I was, well, kind of lonely. Like being stuck at school after everyone else has gone home, huh? Yes, exactly like that. Anyway, I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop and... I was in the workshop there by myself, practicing what I learned. I don't remember how, but I found myself in front of the door to the other workshop. I happened to peek in through the little window. And then I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself screaming in sheer terror. That was for Steve-ish, who asked me to go through them all again. O'Hara wants to present the door statement on statement 2.
Objection.
Enough of these pathetic lies, Mr. Sawit. I'm afraid you rather lost sight of what you are. What I am? I know precisely what I am. I'm a former newspaper salesman who's training to be a pet stylist.
Hold it.
But that's not all you are, is it? Or did you forget the bracelet you wear around your wrist? A bracelet that marks you as a prisoner, and therefore unable to move around as you please. As we both know, stepping outside that door would have sounded an alarm. No music, chat. I'm sorry. You're not allowed to have music. This is my punishment to you all. JK, we're getting the better music. Well, that's... But there's no way you could have looked to the other workshop without leaving the room you were in. Ah! Hooey! Stylishly done, Edgeru. But doesn't this mean that Mr. Sawit couldn't have found the body then? Good question, Kay. Perhaps Mr. Sawit himself can explain. So, actually, I may have forgotten to mention one very important detail. Sorry about that. I can explain how exactly I was able to see the body if you'd like. By all means. Go ahead. 1 second, I gotta make sure I have this sound on a little bit. Okay, the music did stop. Finding the corpse, part 2. There's a little trick we prisoners know about, you see. As long as you leave your bracelet inside the door, you can lean out without triggering the alarm. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. So he's saying he was able to take a look next door because he had kept his arm inside Workshop B as he leaned in. Please don't tell anyone about our little trick, especially not the guards. Please. Is this it? Is this all he was hiding? I better dig in a little deeper into his testimony, just in case. Tell me some more about this trick, Mr. Sawit. Of course, it's quite simple, really. That was a worthless one.
Hold it.
I suppose this allows you to enjoy a little taste of freedom. It does. To be honest, it's one of the few things that brings me joy anymore. A rather surprising source of joy. But rule breaking isn't exactly a demonstration of remorsefulness, is it? Oh, but I am remorseful. I always am. I'm a model prisoner, after all. I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't know what a model prisoner actually is. So he used this trick to peek through the window. That's right, yes. I made sure the guard wasn't looking and leaned out into the corridor. That's how I was able to peek through the window and into the workshop next door. Why did you make so much of an effort just to take a look? Well, you see, I heard noises coming from next door, and that room was supposed to be empty, so I thought it was strange. And you went to look as soon as you heard those noises. Well, yes, of course. I had to see what was going on, so I went right away. I see. Are there any problems with what Mr. Sawit just said? Any problems, chat? Remember, chat, you gotta use your brains instead of looking at my long, thick, swishy tail. I know that my thick tail is very attractive, and you all wish you knew what having a thick tail felt like, but we need to focus on the video game here, chat. No thoughts, head empty, only tail. Relatable. You're focused on a different tail, actually? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, your art. You claim that you looked into the next room as soon as you heard some noise. If that's the case, you must have seen more than just a dead body. Because the person who made the noises should have been in there, too. That's... got him quaking in his boots, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Sawit, tell us the truth about what you saw. You do, of course, have the right to remain silent. But it will do little to dispel the notion that you were somehow involved in this crime. I'm sorry. I did see something else, but it's too insane to believe. I really thought I might have dreamt it. That's why I wasn't sure if I should have mentioned it. Just tell us what you saw. All right. It was that dog. And what I saw is the stuff of nightmares. That huge black dog. had sunk his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast! That awful beast! He killed him! Suddenly I don't feel so good. Jeepers creepers, that's awful! Talk about traumatizing! It was dreadful, horrible! Now you know why I couldn't help but scream! So there's a man-eating dog in the prison's animal population, is there? Dog. And that really is everything, I promise. You believe me, don't you? For now, this one seems too far-fetched to lie, even for you. I'd like you to append what you just told us to your testimony, if you don't mind. Very well. Indeed, inside, I spotted the victim's dead body, which made me scream in fright. I also saw that black dog, his mouth clamped tight around the man's throat.
Hold it!
You sure this black dog was biting the victim's throat? Yes, there was blood everywhere. The beast's mouth was dripping with it, and... Whoa, spare us the gory details, will ya? What about the victim? Was he... Don't say it! Do you really need to ask him, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, okay, what was that punch for? I'm on your side here! He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there, meaning he was already dead. There was so much blood just oozing from his neck. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of that. Not even the twitch of a finger, just lifeless. Enough already! Why do you have to go into every little detail like that? To give you a nice and accurate testimony. That is what you want, isn't it? Shall I add what I've said to my testimony, Mr. Edgeworth? Please do. It was awful, I tell you. Terrible. Oh, he was dead as a doornail, I'm sure of it. Not even the twitch of a finger. Just lifeless. I remember seeing his ring gleaming as it caught the light. It featured a snowflake motif in relief.
Hold it!
You paint a very vivid picture. Well, I had a front row seat, I suppose. I could almost feel the agony of the poor man's final moments. I don't think I'll be getting any sleep tonight, Mr. Edgeworth. You won't? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, and it's all your fault for pressing him for more gory details. I'll be having nightmares tonight myself. It's all still so fresh in my memory.
Hold it!
A snowflake motif in relief. You seem to have a very clear memory of this ring, Mr. Sawit. Well, I used to go door-to-door selling newspaper subscriptions, you see. I had to take people in at a glance. Their appearance, their mood, that sort of thing. Figuring out who exactly you're dealing with is the first step in any sale. Except in this case, you were figuring out a corpse. What can I say? Force of habit. One that served me very well in my sales career, if I do say so myself. Even so, you seem to have remembered things to an uncanny level of detail. I suppose. Nevertheless, it's true. I remember the ring, the relief, all of it. Is what he's saying even plausible, though? Perhaps I should take another look at the condition of the victim's body as we found it. I know what I saw, Mr. Edgeworth, and my eyes don't lie. Tonight was bitten in the throat by a dog that lives here in the prison? Not the most plausible explanations, I have to say. Well, they do say that pets take after their owners. But there are some things they shouldn't take after, not if they're supposed to help reform their owners. Otherwise, what's the point of having an animal therapy program? I should probably ask Mr. Sawhead a little more about this dog. That is statement number 7, Bakiri. Statement number 7. Yeah. Would you like me to add it? Oh. No, because it's not in our evidence. Steve-ish. But we saw it earlier? Yeah, but it's not in our evidence. A ring with a snowflake relief? Yes, I saw it clear as day. It was carved in such fine detail. Interesting. Your testimony is certainly very accurate. In fact, I'd say it's just a little too accurate. And what's wrong with being too accurate? I mean this. You testified to have seeing a ring with a snowflake design on it. And while the victim did indeed have a ring on his finger, see, exactly as I said. There is no way you could have seen it. Take a look at this photograph. As you can see, the victim's right hand was covered by a tarp. It would have been impossible for you to see this ring, let alone what design was on it. Unless, that is, you approached the body and removed the sheet. You told us earlier that you only took a look through the window and the door. Yet you seem to have seen quite a lot from such a disadvantaged location, Mr. Sawit. Who the heck do you think you are, huh? Mr. Big Shot acting like you know it all? I mean, I saw what I saw, I swear. Oh, I know, the man's arm. It must have moved after the tarp after I peeked in. Nonsense. You already told us that you can't have been the case. He wasn't moving at all. He was just lying there. Meaning he was already dead. You said it yourself, that the victim was already dead. And dead men don't move, do they? Hoo-wee! Is that the stench of ooze and desperation I smell? What are you hiding, Mr. Sod? Tell us. No, You're wrong. I know what I saw. You couldn't let it go, could you? I had to keep on poking and prodding. You slimy two-bit associate attorney. It seems the real Mr. Sod has finally revealed himself. Yeah, he did that in the first case too. Phoenix Wright got a face full of toupee in the first game as well. Whoa, that's quite the rug he was rocking. Came straight at you like some kind of flying black cat. Look, I'm just a sweet, innocent witness here. Are you really? Because I must say, I have doubts. Very serious doubts. What's that supposed to mean? You saw something that should have been impossible to see from outside the workshop. So, how did you do it? That's simple. Mr. Sawit, this is where you were standing when you saw the body. Where was he standing, chat? Where was he standing? Steve is saying workshop A, Kite is saying workshop A, Bakiri is saying A, Awario is saying A. You were in the same room as the body. That's the only way you could have seen the relief on his ring. Ha! Ha ha ha! Say what you want, but you don't have a shred of evidence, do you? Nothing to prove I was in the room with the body anyway. You can't prove it, can you? Because I was in the next room over. Minding my own business and looking after the animals. Why else would I have signed out a pair of rubber gloves? For fun? Now put up or shut up. I want to see evidence that proves I was in the room with the body. Steven is saying gloves, Kite is saying gloves, Bakiri is saying gloves. Are we committing to this, chat? Sounds like we're committing to it. Remind me, Mr. Sawit, what were you doing when you discovered the body? How many times do I was practicing my pet styling techniques! Of course. Then perhaps this rubber glove might mean something to you? This glove was found by the victim's body. I believe it was dropped by the killer. And I can't help but notice that you have a similar glove tucked into your apron. No, this one is different!
Hold it!
Yes, that one does seem awfully lonely, doesn't it? It's just a rubber glove. There are hundreds of them all over the prison. This doesn't prove anything. Not yet, perhaps, but if I were to ask the police to check this glove for prints, I have a feeling that the results would be rather fascinating. It's over.
Objection!
What the? That was pretty rad. Objection, am I right? Please, Fender, now is not the time for tomfoolery. But I have a legit objection, because this isn't over. There's something that still doesn't make sense. Our man's here's a prisoner, right? He's got one of those bracelet doohickeys on. That's true, so how could he have left the workshop in the first place? His bracelet would have triggered the alarm if he tried. Right, we don't have a good explanation for that yet. Well, anything you'd like to share, good buddy? We're all friends here. That's weird. He should be clinging onto that bracelet like the big round lifesaver it is. In what way? As in, it's the best hope for our wig-flinging friend here as we're getting off the hook for murder. Sorry, can't get into the crime scene with a bracelet on. If it was me, I'd be arguing that for my life. And yet, he hasn't said a peep about it. I wonder why that might be, The sound of silence. I suppose Miss Law Priestess did preach that silence is golden yesterday, too. Whoa, you sounded like an actual attorney for a second there, Mr. Fender. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Gregory taught me that. It was part of the attorney's code he lived by. So, friend, what's the dealio? Why so coy about your bracelet? Well, to tell you the truth, it's broken. Broken? I fell over a little while back, you see, and I hit it on the floor. After that, it didn't seem to set the sensors off anymore. I should have told the guards about it, I know, but, well, it was awfully convenient. I see. So your bracelet is broken. There's no fucking way it could be that easy, right, chat? Man, thank God the other fucking, bitch inmates don't know this. Holy fuck. That is quite the security flaw. But do they really break that easily? If so, then this prison has a serious security problem. My thoughts exactly! You there. Could we have a moment? Aw, aren't you just the cutest? Ahem. Meow! How can I help you, sir? This prisoner bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good. I'll get someone to find a replacement right away. Thank you. We'll keep hold of the broken one for the time being. Of course, sir. I trust you'll take good care of it. Closet furry police officer is so true. Sweet, bracelet sorted. Now to turn our murderer in, yeah? What? No, I didn't kill anybody. Whoa there, Palio. You were the one who said your bracelet was out of commission. Or were there other inmates freely roaming the halls while everyone was busy watching the show? No, I just found the body. That's all, I promise. And when I did, that enormous dog still had his mouth wrapped around the poor man's neck. I only went into the workshop after the beast had left. And why did you go in? Well, oh, fine. I wanted to go through his pockets, okay? He was going to rob the corpse. That explains why he remembers Knight's ring in so much detail. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a great thief. I'd never stoop so low as to steal from a... Well, I didn't steal anything either. The show ended just after I entered the room, and all the other inmates came trickling downstairs thereafter. I panicked, rushed back to the other workshop, and started my fake screaming. And dropped the glove in your haste, huh? The rubber glove updated in my organizer. Updated. I guess this all just about hangs together. Anything smell funky to you, Miles? Other than whether Mr. Sod is the one who did it, I'd say one very significant question still remains. The question of how Knight made it into the prison proper from his holding cell in the detention center. Woo, yeah, that one's a doozy. I also can't help but wonder about another key feature of Mr. Sawit's testimony. That dog's involvement can only mean one thing. Mr. Sod? Yes? What is it? Were you the only prisoner who didn't go watch the show? Well, no. There was one other who didn't. Am I right in thinking that this person couldn't have watched the show even if he wanted to? Yes! How did you... I knew it. I had my suspicions when we first ran into that black dog yesterday. But this confirms it. For a criminal that dangerous to end up in a place like this is unbelievable, but... Where is this person's cell? You're going to see... him? Who are we talking about here? Him? He's not like the other prisoners, you know. He's special. He's treated like royalty. But you didn't hear that from me. All I say is, if you value your life, you'll stay well away from him. What? Will you please stop trying to scare us all the time? The big cheese, huh? Well, I, for one, definitely value my life, so that sucks. They keep him in maximum security. Which is over there. Maximum security. Well, that's certainly one way of treating someone differently. Building layout data updated in my organizing. Shit! Alright, you're gonna tell us who E is already. Okay, so what does the image that I currently have in there look like? It just doesn't say maximum security on it. Are you guys okay with me just leaving it like that, where maximum security isn't mentioned? Oh, you know what? Fine. I'll take another picture. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy, chat. I will do my noble deed. All right, it should be updated now. Make sure you refresh it. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. You're welcome, Mr. Viewer. Let's just say he's highly skilled when it comes to people's lives. Better than anyone, in fact. And, that's all I'm prepared to say on the subject. In fact, I may have already said too much. Well, Milesy, anything you care to share? Are you gonna leave me, Kay, and I in the dark here, too? The mystery man in the maximum security is an old acquaintance. Let's go pay him a visit. I suspect we'll find our dark canine friend there, too. Maximum security. Wow, it's pitch black in there. I can't see a thing. But didn't you say that the Adagarasu takes flight even in the dread of night or something? Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. One alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's light. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Woo! You are one powerful performer. Thanks, but that doesn't help me see in the dark. I'm a human, not a three-legged raven. And they both just fucking run.
Mr. Edgeworth.
That voice. I knew it.
It has been far too long.
You remember me?
I could hardly forget now, could I? After all, you are the one who put me away.
Mr. Edgeworth? Are you talking to that dog? Or is there someone else in there? Still can't see a dang thing.
Oh, but I am forgetting myself. Forgive me. I do not often receive visitors. One moment. I will turn on the lights. You are a heavy-footed lot. Am I right in thinking there are 3 of you in all? Very well. Perhaps we should start by introducing ourselves. I am Bohidharma Canis. As you may have gathered, Mr. Edgeworth and I are old acquaintances.
Canis was a notorious assassin. Some knew him as the Blind Butcher. His only weapons were a vicious hunting hound and a fearsomely sharp knife. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells, the last sound his victims would ever hear.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I to guess why you have come to see me?
You know why I'm here. In fact, I'm willing to bet you know every detail of this sordid little affair already.
Then I suppose we have nothing to hide from one another.
Your faithful canine friend is currently the chief suspect in a murder investigation. The person who found the body saw a dog with its mouth around the victim's throat.
Your witness is mistaken. Helmut is a gentle soul. He is my eyes, nothing more. It is absurd to think that he would do such a thing, isn't it, boy? Yes, it is. You're a good boy, aren't you?
This guy looks like he's ready to Matatsu you at any moment. Pretty much. Helmut is more than a mere seeing eye dog, and he's certainly no good boy. He's also a trained killer. A weapon once used in this man's sordid trade.
The witness of yours, he is trustworthy, I assume?
Sawat is anything but trustworthy, and he's still very much a suspect himself. I can hardly claim that his testimony is beyond reproach.
And no, then? I thought as much. Yes, I did, Helmut, yes.
It figures that he already knew who our witness was. What were you doing between 8 and 10 a.m. yesterday morning, Mr. Canis?
During the show, you mean? I was here, enclosed in these humble surroundings. I have developed a passion for wood carving, you see. An obsession, even. I was engrossed in it all morning.
And you have my permission, and you have permission to engage in such a hobby? I can't believe someone would actually let you.
The warden and I have an understanding.
An understanding? That's ridiculous. This man shouldn't be allowed one, let alone 5 chisels. They're nothing but lethal weapons in his hand.
I was carving Buddhist pieces at first, but by the 674th, my interest began to wane.
Whoa, that must have taken forever.
Time is all I have, child. In any case, my focus has now shifted to pieces, such as these.
I didn't know you played chess.
You play do you not, prosecutor? Perhaps one day you might indulge me? Though you may find my game rather rudimentary. I only began after my arrival here, I am afraid.
What's that piece? A dog with 3 heads?
Ah, yes, the dogs of war. You must forgive my little joke. Chess is, after all, a game of war. Soldiers, knights, castles, all doing their utmost to protect the king, all loyal to the last. I have always thought it strange that such a game has no place for a dog. After all, what more loyal weapon could an army call upon? Still, it's simply a piece I made for fun. Fear not, I play by the regular rules, and with regular pieces.
I can't imagine it's easy finding opponents to play here in prison, though.
Oh, I have my correspondence.
Correspondent chest, then. Sharing moves by post.
Yes, even prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters. Their contents are inspected, of course. Although, I have yet to receive the details of my current opponent's next move.
Let's get that in there, shall we? Sounds like this current opponent isn't a resident here. I suppose you know the identity of the deceased, Mr. Canis?
His name was Bronco Knight, was it not? Poor unfortunate soul.
You keep your ear to the ground.
My ears are all I have, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why am I not surprised that he's plugged into the prison's information network?
Perhaps he was not so unfortunate after all.
What do you mean?
Mr. Knight's crime was a grave one. A crime for which he should have been made to pay dearly anyway. The attempted assassination of a president. That is no small matter.
Attempted assassination? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth! Didn't Mr. Knight... Yes, we proved that he murdered his team leader, and that there was no attempt on the president's life. Could it be? Are they attempting to cover up President Wang's fake assassination scheme? Whoa, 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 whoa there, cowboy. You're saying the Bronxer didn't actually have a pop at the prez? I was hired to defend him on the charge of attempted murder. You mean you don't know what really happened? So what, they just blamed the whole assassin thing on Mr. Knight? It would explain why the committee was so keen to get involved. Of course, they took you off the case to try and keep you away. And swapped in that wiener kid to push through an attempted murder charge. In other words, they're trying to cover up the truth.
So they really were trying to frame him. According to the guards, this Knight, was it? They tell me he was violently insistent that he had attempted no assassination.
Which would have come out anyway when the case went to trial.
I am no expert in legal matters, but allow me to say this one thing. I know for a certainty that he would not have been the first inmate prisoned on false pretenses. Ugh. An uncomfortable fact, but a fact nonetheless. Yes, Helmut, yes it is, yes. The courtroom is not always the bastion of truth you believe it to be, Mr. Edgeworth.
No bastion of truth, huh? I've heard something to that effect before. Yes, from a certain Interpol agent who doesn't have much faith in prosecutors. You're not twisted the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? Fueled by that kind of thinking? Is it any wonder that any courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. I never was able to fully dispel his mistrust of prosecutors.
Even Helmut understands, don't you, Helmut? Yes, you do. The truth's revealed in court and your deductions. It is dangerous to trust either implicitly. But I am no bitter. You are not the first to make me a subject of unfounded suspicions in recent days. In fact, I was visited by another prosecutor only yesterday. He was accompanied by a judge. He even dragged the warden along, her distaste for me lingering unspoken in the air.
Not those two again. Prosecutor Winner and Judge Gavel.
They went over my cell with a fine-toothed comb, but they left empty-handed. They were looking for the murder weapon, I believe. To no avail. But I mustn't take it personally. Rumor has it that they searched every cell in the prison and still failed to find what they were looking for. I pray they weren't too disappointed.
This voice is hard to do, but I think it's worth it. He deserves it. Huh. Well, that posed more questions than it answered. What do we do now? Sawo's testimony is flimsy at best. I'll need more proper evidence if I want to take Canis on.
Well, I think that's quite enough chit-chat for one day. Helmet will show you out. Good boy, Helmet. Go on now.
He's not showing us out permanently, right? Let's get out of here, come on! Secret, Judge Gavel is here on orders of the prosecutorial committee. And that's why she's here. Until next time, Mr. Canis.
It does pain me that our brief time must end just as we were becoming reacquainted. I await your return, Mr. Edgeworth.
They threw me off the case because that was the committee's decision. They're still investigating McKiri because Eustace Winter is now the lead of the prosecutorial. So Eustace Winter is the one investigating. We're off it, essentially. Now to gather the evidence I need to bolster my case. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth! That's the best hiding spot she could find? Hey, what the fuck are you doing? MRL, please stop talking about your AI talks. I don't want to talk about AI. AI is shit, and you shouldn't be using it. It's alright, Kay. You can come down now. Where's Fender? He ran off somewhere. I have no idea he could move that fast. Fender. So what do we do now? You and I will continue the investigation. I know just where to start. By solving that one particular mystery that's been dodging us this whole time. Knight's body was found in one of the prison workshops. But he was presumably being detained in one of the detention center's holding cells. So how did he wind up on the other side of those hard security doors? Yeah, this chapter's pretty long, MRL. We're gonna be here for a while. Let's start by investigating the holding cells. And Mr. Knight's room, right? But, what about Mr. Fender? I'm sure he'll find us when he's ready. Sure, but he's kind of our boss, isn't he? Oh well. The victim's cell is just over there. Lead the way, Mr. Edgeworth. I've just about had it! Who's that? Warden Lagarde. She must have come from the corridor marked no entry. You still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't stand in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack. A killer for hire. Oh! I couldn't help but overhearing. Warden Lagarde, but were you just talking about Bodhidharma Karnas? I can't pronounce that. Bohindharma Canis. Bohindharma. I'm just gonna call him Canis. Fuck it. Canis is much easier to pronounce. Okay. My, you were listening? How very gosh of you. A girl's privacy is her armor, you know? Do you normally conduct interrogations of the man yourself? Oh, it's not just him, darling. I try to have the occasional tete-a-tete with everyone, you see. That's what it means to be a member of our family in this little home of ours. There isn't a person who hasn't made the pilgrimage to my office at least once. Your office? How sweet! He's angling for an invite. Well, I suppose it is the hottest ticket in town. It's down this corridor here, darling. But FYI, I don't just let anybody wander in willy-nilly. Let's see, that would put it right around here. It's a wonderful room if I say so myself. All my guests rave about it. And who wouldn't want a view of my fabulous garden in the yard? Ooh la la. The yard? If it's anything like the rest of the place, it's probably full of adorable animals, right? Can I see? Building layout data updated in my organizer. Let's go take a picture of that and get it uploaded. Oh, darling, it's so sweet of you to take an interest, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. So this time it's the first picture that got updated. I wish they would think about my feelings when they update these pictures. There we go. Should be updated now. Make sure you refresh. I was double checking myself. Yeah, you should see the warden's office on there now. Too much work for Mr. Streamer. Why not? Because you're not a member of our home. If you want to see it that badly, you'll just have to be convicted for doing something unspeakable. That's a rather steep price to pay. Oh, but just listen to me, chattering away like there's no tomorrow. It's time for Allie's lunchy brunch. The poor dear will be dying. Allie? The sweetest little deer in all the world. I know I shouldn't have favorites, but you know how it is. Now, to the yard with me. Ciao for now, darlings. I wanted to ask her more about Candace, but she dominated that conversation from start to finish. Let's go investigate the victim's cell, shall we? So this is Knight's cell. When do you think he was brought in, Mr. Edgeworth? It would have to have been the evening of the 25th, just after the events at the lake. And then, at some point, he wound up in the prison proper. But how? There must be some evidence here that will point us in the right direction. All right, let's get looking, Mr. Edgeworth. This must be Knight's suit jacket. So I've been doing some research on my own. Oh? And what have you discovered? I've discovered that guys who look good in suits tend to be more popular with the ladies. Kay, what? Alright, you know what? Fuck you, Kay. But don't worry. Guys with frilly neck ruffles are next on my research list. Please stop. Just please stop. Hey, look, this newspaper's got a chunk of it missing. You're right. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out. But why? Maybe Mr. Knight wanted to clean his cell, but didn't have a cleaning cloth? It's not a totally implausible theory, I suppose, but who would try to clean their cell? There's something different about this spot here. This part of the floor is weirdly clean. Did someone wipe it down or something? Why would somebody only do the part right next to the bed, though? Hey, look at this weird piece of paper. There's some sort of grid on it. Let's take a closer look. Hey, Brief Love. What the hell? I thought you were already following. What? How are you doing today? You thought so too? Oh, that's how it is. Reminder to anyone who is watching the stream and might not be following. Consider following. It could be you. It could be me. It could be any of us. You've been subbed to my YouTube for the longest time. Sorry that I'm inconsistent on uploading to that. Oops, you unfollowed? What the fuck? The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. You do smile? Hell yeah. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest. Perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. This is no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my... Alright, chat. What do we do? We have a deduce here. What do we deduce? First things first, though, I should probably check the evidence to make sure nothing can be examined closer. Oh, this can be. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to add this to you guys' repertoire. Give me a moment. Done and done. Make sure you refresh. Alright, chat, what are we deducing here? What is it you're looking at? The grid appears to be a chess diagram. The victims, I suppose. What's a chess diagram? A visual representation of a game of chess. See how the locations of all the pieces are marked? This seems to be a closely fought contest. But perhaps if this pawn were... No, wait. Not now, Mr. Edgeworth. This is no time to be playing games. Yes, I suppose you're right. This isn't the first time I've seen this configuration of pieces. It was from a different perspective, but it was definitely the same game. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look at the evidence in my thing. Alright, so what are we deducing then, chat? So chat, what are we presenting? The dog should be on D3. So you want me to select this and present something?
Eureka!
This chess game. I've seen it before. Enough with the chess chat, Mr. Edgeworth. We're supposed to be investigating here. Focus! I am investigating. This particular bit of chess chat could prove to be vital. Now, take a look at this. Can you tell me what it is? It's the chess set we saw at Mr. Canis' cell. But, I don't really know the rules of chess, so the rules of the game are not important here. What is important are the positions of the pieces. Compare the ones in Mr. Canis' cell with these. Do you notice anything? Ah! I don't know which piece is which or anything, but if you turn the diagram like this, there are pieces in the same squares. Indeed. There is no dog on the diagram, but that's to be expected. Apart from that, however, the positions of the pieces are identical. Hi, Ninth. How are you doing today? And what does that tell us? Oh, I have my correspondence. As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis's chess opponent was Mr. Knight? This could be just the proof we need to show that Mr. Canis had a connection to the victim. Picture time. Get that evidence in there. Boom. Dunskies. Ooh, what's a menu doing here, Mr. Edgeworth? It seems that those held in a detention center are able to choose what they'd like to eat each day. If they can afford it, that is. Money makes the world go round, I guess. But doesn't that make life super easy for rich detainees? Well, okay. Bear in mind that the people held in these cells haven't been found guilty yet. Some of them don't deserve to be punished. Quite a few of them, in fact. So you're saying it's fine that people with money don't have as hard of time as it is with everybody else? Ugh! How did I wind up defending the practices of the detention system? Wow, that's a lot of books. Let's take a look. You'll Laugh Tomorrow, an anthology. Understanding Animal Emotions. Life as a Pet Stylist. Maybe there was more to Mr. Knight than meets the eye. Sadly, I don't think these are hits. They were likely specifically selected and placed here for the detainees, with the hope that they would want to better themselves during their time here. A Second Chance at Life. Interviews with a former prisoner. These books appear to have been written by current model prisoners and former inmates. Oh, I like the look of this one. 200 Days to Freedom, an escape story. And this one too, Making Money While Serving Time. This facility may have more deeply rooted problems than I thought. It says Life as a Pet Stylist secret. Reflected in the mirror is a security camera? A great thief's greatest enemy. Nothing about this place is very thief-friendly, if I'm being honest. I think that might be entirely deliberate, Kay. Guard. I'd like you to retrieve the footage from the security camera and review it as carefully as you can. If you see anything out of the ordinary, inform me immediately. Yes, sir! The dogs aren't an actual piece, Fire Ninja. Kindness told us as much. It's just a carving piece, but he doesn't actually play with it. The bowl is nice and spotless. There are no signs that the toilet paper had been used. Everything seems to be in order with this toilet here. What? Are you serious? Why? What's wrong? There's no door. There's not even a curtain. Whoever designed this place should have thought a little bit more of the people who have to live here. I think there might be a reason behind the open plan layout. Nothing more to be found there, huh? A standard barred window. No signs of having been tampered with. I don't think there's any chance our killer escaped through here. Aha! I must remember to bring something to saw through iron bars with. As they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Glad I got a chance to scope this place out. Okay, we're investigating a crime scene, not preparing for your eventual escape. Newspaper from the day before the incident. A few of its pages have been roughly torn out. Is there something in the cell that could have been used to wipe the floor? Well, there's really only one choice here, right, chat? Well, bam. This part of the floor has been wiped clean. Maybe he spilled some grape juice? Who knows? But we can certainly imagine what he used to do the wiping. The torn out pages of the newspaper. Why wouldn't he just ask a guard for a cloth or something, though? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to see what he was wiping up. What's the crazy lore, Bakiri? I think we've about exhausted this cell. We've made significant progress by establishing a connection between Mr. Canis and the victim. This is bad, sir! Huh? Is that the guard? The security camera footage, sir. I watched it and... What is it? Can you show it to us? Yes, sir. I have a small playback monitor with me. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see it. The fuck? Was that? Like if I thought you tried to do the first mission of the first game and it took you almost 4 hours? Damn, that's pretty rough. What the fuck? What the fuck is right? That black thing! It's that dog, right? Until now, our assumption was that the crime had taken place inside the prison proper. But it seems that the assumption may have been wrong. Knight had actually been attacked in this location. Well, Nymph, you can play along with us. The whole point of this stream is that it's interactive. Speaking of, where was he killed, chat? Would have Simon Black Pet Falcon game in the prison's animal therapy program? It could have, maybe. This game was written before Dual Destinies came out, if you're curious about the timelines. This game was before Dual Destinies, in terms of when it released. So, it could be. Who knows? Can we see the video again? Unfortunately, no. Well, don't think too hard about this. Think more about where would that video taken, and like we should know. Akiri says holding cell. Kite says holding cell. Nint says office. All right, Nint, you're pretty behind, so there's probably a lot of missing context here. Any objections to the holding cell? That's got 2 votes right now. Got off work? Hell yeah. Weekend time, baby. Right here in the detention center. And the perpetrator was indeed Mr. Canis's dog. This is just the evidence we need. Security camera footage jotted down in my organizer. If this is where Knight was actually murdered... It doesn't let me look at it again. Unfortunate. Then one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? Remember, you have access to the evidence list, chat. Look it over. Just as a, give you a little heads up, there should be a little, like, if you hover over the screen, there should be like a little extension. You can click on that and it'll let you scroll through all the evidence and read it over. Let's go with the tarp. Yes, this piece of evidence now means... What's wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? You're very quiet all of a sudden. I'm fine, Key. Actually, I'm overthinking this. If Knight was in fact killed here in his cell, then one of the pieces of evidence we found here takes on a whole new meaning. If Knight's cell was the crime scene, which piece of evidence takes on a new significance? Chat. So wait, what are we presenting here? I didn't get a confirmation on that one. So far we got Bakiri saying Mr. Knight's body, and now Owario and Stevens are saying wiped floor. Owario wants to present the wiped floor. We need one more yes. You can still say yes, it'll still work. My timed out function doesn't work for some reason. The floor of Knight's cell was wiped clean, presumably to remove something. Could that something have been his blood? Thank you, officer. Would you mind doing me one more favor? Name it, sir. There's a detective by the name of Gumshoe somewhere in this facility. I need you to give him a message. Tell him to have this cell tested for traces for blood, and report the results to Edgeworth. You got it, sir! Why, Owario? What's your logic for that? Why does the tarp suddenly gain significance if the murder was here? Yeah, but that's not really what we're asking. If you look at the history, the exact question that Edgeworth was asking was, one of the pieces of evidence we found here in his cell takes on a whole new meaning. It's important to pay attention to the text sometimes. I'm reading it out loud for a reason, after all. Was your AFK? Valid. That means Bakiri is the one that without an excuse. But how do you vote for a piece? When somebody types in !present, I have it down there in the bottom left-hand corner. You can just press yes to agree with someone or disagree with someone if they decide to do something. White floor organized. Obviously, you might be missing a lot of context in, so it might be pretty hard, but the evidence still gives you a lot of information, and you might still be able to infer stuff. So I hope you still have fun regardless. The cases are all self-contained, though, so if you comment early in the next stream when we start a new case, you'll be able to get the full context. Now we really go after that Canis guy, right, Mr. Edgeworth? I'll be streaming earlier tomorrow. I stream earlier on weekends, just as a heads up. No, not yet. We still don't know how Knight and the dog moved between his cell and the prison proper. I appreciate you saying that, Nin. Right, so that's what we need to figure out next. What's the play, coach? Where are we off to? I suspect one of the guards might know something. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Thanks for the tour. Later. Hi, Lang. Well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. I didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shilong Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zhangfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. First a black hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I heard you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things. A couple days back. Ah, he means the incident with the president of Zhangfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Ha! Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficiency of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked, cream-of-the-crop officers. Indeed, no doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, it doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, and I would very much like to know why. There's nothing we could do about that now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to concoct. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. Oh man, I am in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed. Oh, well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Missing guard uniform. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently? That thing? No way! If I had, well, let's just say I'd be a lot more nervous about standing around here. So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? Not now, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Candace's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy doors. Hey, are those my faithful assistants I see before me? Fuck you been, bitch. Fender, where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two. Searching high and low. Sorio! Thank you so much for the raid. Stream on that thing. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that raid message. How are you doing today? Alexi, what? Ivan, what is with the double raid? Hi, Corbin Bubble. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I do not know how I feel about this raid message. Hi, Charlie said. Hi, Aries. Hello, Alexivan. How are you all doing today? What were you guys up to? I'm assuming you two were together? Alexavian. I can't fucking talk or something. That makes me what? Partissimo TV, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. You're playing Metopia? Hell yeah. Hey, Zorio, thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. Hello, my name is Mika. Hey, Thok80. I can't pronounce your name right. And Charlie said, thank you all for the follow. I really appreciate it. So yeah, hi, I'm Mika. I'm a tail obsessed furry. I love tails. I'm obsessed with them, and I wish I had one. That's all you need to know about me, really. Nah, I'm a variety streamer. I've got like 6 different VTuber models. A Kieran one is my main one. You can swap me using channel points. And every other week I swap to another one, and the other week I do the Kieran. So yeah, it's good to have you all here. If all of that sounds fun, consider following. Right now we're doing an interactive Ace Attorney, so feel free to play along. Mika loves tails? Mika, tail lover? Where's my hydrate redeem? I'm a man who doesn't hydrate. I hydrate by my own terms. I'm my own man. Beast thing. Death. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Like and subscribe. So yeah, for anyone who's just joined, you might be a little lost because you're joining. Don't laugh at me. Anyway, this is an interactive stream. I'm asking chat to play along with me. If you want to join in, it might be a little hard because we're like pretty decently through the stream. But we have a little extension that you could check all of our evidence by clicking on it on the stream. And if you want to present something, work it out with chat, and our existing members who know how to present will do it. You just have to say yes if you agree with what they say, or why, I mean. So play along, just pitch your idea, check the evidence, see what you can figure out. All right, back to the game. I hope you enjoy your stay. And yes, one sec. Oh wait, I need to show you guys my tail. Oh, boom. What do you guys think? For the new people, good tail? Rated out of 10. You're staring disrespectfully. Understandable. All the water goes into the tail. God, I wish I had a tail, dude. Having a tail would feel so good. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très interessant. That's an 11 out of 10? Thank you. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, if you catch my drift. An incident? Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, it happened right after they wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. It was just one guard, and he was handcuffed, obs. They made it back, and the guard was taking off his cuffs when the Bronxster clobbered him, knocked the poor guy out cold. Ooh, sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. So it looks like our Mr. Knight friend tried to run for it. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, then turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. They turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. What? The guard who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is he's still there. So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. Intriguing. What the? It's you losers! That's all we need. Why are you still hanging around here like a bad smell? Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Miles here is working with me now as an associate. Nonsense! You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart! Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gabelle, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Or not. I'm totally cool either way. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yup, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You would draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly! What he said! Miles here is just a volunteer! We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward. The goddess would surely approve. Yeah! I'm a regular philanthropist! Judge Gabelle, I was hoping to ask you about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest. That information is on a need... Is that a challenge I hear? No, I was just asking Judge Gabelle. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat to show you what it takes to be a real winner. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Chat, are you ready for the single greatest bit of Ace Attorney testimony of all time? Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested. There will be no need for that. Eustace, we should... Ha ha ha! Not now, Gabelle! Watch and wonder. As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's gonna ring rings around me. Should I plug my nose when I talk so it sounds like this? As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's gonna run rings around me. Yeah, I should do that. I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me. And I will, so badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth. Reason for arrest. You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple! I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing. How's that for some winningly incontrovertible conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. Where do I even begin? Isn't that the greatest piece of Ace Attorney testimony of all time, chat? One second, I just realized this has more information. Let's get this information in there for you, chat. Nothing else that has an examination on it? Nope, we're good. Hello, Yuya Tails. How you doing today? You want to know how old he is? Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. He's 17. I'll take your silence as yet another win. Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner? Well, obviously it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told him to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you? Yes, you did, Secret. Of course that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really.
given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there. And the music still plays during the cross-examination. This fucking guy, chat. This fucking guy. And yes, I am going to press every statement. I'm just checking, but you do know it was you who it was you arrested, correct?
Eh? Is this some kind of joke? Of course I know who I arrested. It was Simeon Saint.
Good to know he remembers that much, at least.
I had rock-solid grounds for arresting Simeon Saint. First-rate reasons.
Rock solid, you say? I'm impressed.
Hold on, I know what you're doing here. You're trying to butter me up. Well, it might work on the chumps you meet in court, but it won't work on me.
The evidence we found is certainly rather damning for Mr. Saint. Perhaps you should tell Mr. Edgeworth about it, Eustace.
Damning is right, and it's on the strength of that evidence that I decided to arrest him. It's simple. It's simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing.
Evidence of him was all over that thing? Can you be a little more specific, Mr. Winter?
Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I hoped even you could put 2 and 2 together.
Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony. Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it.
Fine, if you insist, I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is gonna blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint.
Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth? No, by all means, please do.
Mr. Saint's fingerprints were right there, all over the victim's chess set.
But you weren't the only one who found his prints, weren't you?
Of course not. I'm a prosecutor. I leave the dirty work to forensics.
The fingerprints are certainly a problem, but then that chess set was... I should take another look at the evidence.
How's that for some winningly incontroversial conclusive proof?
The only incontrovertible fact here is that you don't know how to give a proper testimony.
What are you talking about? It's not my fault if you can't keep up.
Perhaps I could be so bold as to offer some additional details. The only fingerprints found at the scene belonged to the guards, the prisoners, the victim, and Mr. Saint. I think you'll agree that Mr. Saint's were the only prints that had no business being there.
Yes, exactly. Now do you get it, Edgeworth?
I do, but I'm not so sure about you. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't keep doing the nose hold thing. It's actually bothering me. I'll just try to do a nasally voice without plugging my nose. I'm sorry. There were other prints belonging to the victim and the guards. Only Mr. Saint's were out of place. If there were other prints at the crime scene, shouldn't those people be suspects too?
Yeah, other people? I don't think so.
And why not? Had Mr. Saint's prints not been found on the chess set, those others would indeed have been suspects. Yet somehow, his prints were there, despite the fact that they had no business being there.
Exactly, which means Mr. Saint was, Saint is...
He is neither a prisoner nor a guard, therefore he should not have been able to enter the prison. Finding his prints in a place he shouldn't have had access to is grounds enough for arrest, no?
Yeah, what she said. Not bad, Gavel.
You are too kind.
And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature. We're pressing everything first, Oreo. Hold up. You saw it first, and I suppose you could prove that.
I made the connection the moment I saw the crime scene. It was a lightning-fast deductive leap. What more evidence do you need?
Well, you haven't given me any evidence at all so far, so...
Yeah, you still don't get it, do you? Well, don't worry. We can't all be born winners.
I'm not sure even I want to get whatever it is he's talking about. A winner's education. Repressing every single one of Eustace's statements. I got an achievement for that. And forcing him to correct them all.
I figured it out in a flash. A matter of light years. The winner wins again.
Hold it!
Are you sure you mean light years, Mr. Winner?
Maybe.
Light years are a measure of distance, not time, Eustace. An easy mistake to make.
Oh!
What was that pause for? Was he reputing from a blue screen moment? Oh, Eustace is funny. Well, that was kind of vague and really hard to follow. Indeed. Perhaps I better start by teaching him how to properly express himself. Don't hold back, Mr. Edgeworth. Knock him into shape. All right. His brain cells were connecting. How did this guy pass the bar exam? This is statement number 2. Oh, worry, I believe you asked earlier, right? So what are we doing, chat? What's statement 3?
There were other prints belonging to the victim and the guards, so only Mr. Saints were out of place.
This is what we're voting on right now. I'm afraid you've contradicted yourself there.
What? Is that true, Gavel?
Of course not, Eustace. The only contradictions I see are in Mr. Edgeworth's own baseless claims.
Ha! So my testimony is completely contradiction-free. I knew it!
Ugh, his testimony is riddled with contradictions. If only Judge Gavel didn't keep covering for him, I'd be able to get to the truth. Don't worry, chat. This is just a simple case of Ace Attorney. I'm gonna confirm you right now that your logic is sound. You just need to present it on this statement. You just... The reason I skipped there is because you guys definitely had the right logic. So yeah. So the fingerprints on the chess set are the ace up your sleeve?
The what up my what? Oh, yes, the chess set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual.
Only, your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it.
Yeah!
That took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature.
Premature?
The incident took place here within the walls of this facility, and being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint—
Oh!
Ugh, now what?
I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And I think you are the one accusing me of being hasty.
Did he only just work out what that word means?
Sure, I identified Mr. Sane as a suspect faster than pretty much anyone else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence, too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Sane isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was... Eustace.
Judge Gavel.
Butt out, Gavel! I have him right where I want him!
Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
Something more impressive?
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you would like to hear it.
Yes, of course! That. Well remembered, Gavel. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
With this ingenious deduction, explain why Mr. Saint was arrested.
Let's just say, you won't be disappointed.
Judge Gavel deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to?
I don't think it's any surprise here that the real person we're kinda up against here is not Eustace. It's very much Gavel. I'm pretty sure there's no shocker about that, right? Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from the outside. It must have been hid inside the chess set. That's what I think, anyway. And since the only prints were found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you?
If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little bit more comprehensible than the last.
Prosecutor's gambit, pretty much, yeah. Another winning deduction, brought to you by one winner, Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire.
More like one winner, useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me.
But how could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set? Yeah, good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves?
Inside the chessboard? Suppose there's only one way to find out. There's nothing in here but chess pieces.
Yeah!
Ugh, that laugh is really something. He seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I better take a closer look.
What?
The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door.
Whoa, there's plenty of room in there.
Indeed, more than enough to hide something like a small knife.
Ingenious, no? The killer snuck a weapon in by...
Huh.
What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you?
I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner. Or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate.
Huh? I mean, yeah, and...
The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way to the prison itself, remember?
Aha! Yes! Yes, that's right! Of course I remember!
He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a grate and into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check. Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector? It should have been. Alas,
It seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Chess set has been updated. Evidence updated. Security gates. Deployed at the entrances to both the detention center and the prison proper. Capable of detecting items made of metal. Added to the evidence list. Character you despise so much. Don't forget Bakiri. We'll see how much you despise characters. Very good. Thank you, Gavel.
It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you'd be so kind as to begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner holds up, shall we? Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belonged to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you? The deductions in his previous sesame stunk worse than a skunk. He was only bailed out by Judge Gabelle's wisdom, or rather, her own deductions. Things are gonna get rough fast if she's our real opponent. Any bright ideas, Miles Torino? Of course. There is one fact that Mr. Winner and Judge Gabelle are not aware of yet. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Marek Schmidt. How are you doing today? Their line of reasoning may appear to be solid at first glance, but there's actually a giant gaping hole in it. Now that's what I like to hear. If I press them for more information, the flaw in their reasoning should reveal itself soon enough. I just need to find the correct angle of attack.
Hold it!
Let's do some pressing. A metal blade, you say? And do you have any evidence to support this? Ha! You mean you didn't even look at the victim's injuries? Why am I not surprised, you third rate? The fatal blow is a stab wound to the neck. And it was delivered by a knife-like blade. That much is absolutely beyond doubt. It appears that they're not yet aware of a certain other piece of information. Yeah, lost for words, are we? Then I'll just keep going. My brilliant deductions don't end there, you know. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. The fact that such objects are strictly controlled doesn't mean they're actually forbidden. Well, no, I mean, some of the prisoners use scissors to cut animals' hair, and that avenue of inquiry was consistently pursued, as you no doubt recall, Eustace. Yes! Only one bladed object had been signed out by a single prisoner at the time of the incident. The item was tested for traces of blood, but none were found. I suppose he's referring to the scissors Mr. Sawit was using. So there's no way the blade in question came from inside the prison. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. Outside? What does that mean exactly? Haha! The opposite of inside, you numbskull! Was that an attempt at clarification or a put-down? Because it clearly accomplished neither. What Eustace means to say is that it must have been brought in from the outside the prison by Mr. Saint. Honestly, Edgeworth, if you haven't figured that out by now, you're an even bigger loser than I thought! The feeling is mutual, believe me. Mr. Saint clearly brought the murder weapon into prison. The question is how? It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think anyway. But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene, and there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winter. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be? It's... well, the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. Is there a problem with his claim? Is there a problem with his claim, chat? Kite's saying yes. They hid it somewhere inside the prison? That seems unlikely. In fact, I could prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Make sure you read through all the evidence, chat. And I mean read all of it. Because there's something there that's a little spicy. Badge, so true. What are we presenting here, chat? What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? The badge, of course. The badge. It's always the badge. Let me just tell you, there's a piece of evidence here. When you read it, you'll be like, ah. Akiri wants to present this. Prison search. Winter, Gabelle, and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything.
Take that!
I'm sorry to worry about your memory, Mr. Winter. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon? Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself. You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie? Stop making fun of me! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin? I'll thank you leave my name out of this. Well, I'm K Faraday, and I'm A-OK. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I wouldn't be surprised if Eustace Winter is an extraordinarily annoying character to translate. He sounds excessively wordplay and punny. Imagine translating that. I feel for the localizers. Maybe he's why we never got this game in America. Until now. Not you two, please. Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation turned up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
But what you are proposing isn't possible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. Why couldn't they take the weapon out of the prison with them, chat? This is what people are suggesting right now. We locking this in? Because I don't think we will. Technically, the evidence is called security gates, but I know what you mean, Bakiri. In the interest of time, I will accept 2 votes. More memory trouble, Mr. Winner? Now you're forgetting things you yourself said. Are you making fun of me again? Oh, so you remember what I said? Bakiri, I think those ones are called door sensors, yeah. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this. What's that? Wait, does he seriously not remember? It would certainly seem that way. There is a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Guys, I think I figured it out. Eustace Winner is chat. He's you, guys. It all makes sense now. He forgets everything. He doesn't understand what's going on. I'm kidding. Fuck you. Oh my gosh, I deserve this. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to pass through them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors. Oh, wait, now I remember! Looks like he's got his memory back. So as you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building. Yeah! In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you would care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be? It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn. But we searched the prison from top to bottom and we couldn't find anything! Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were laboring under the misconception that it was a blade you were looking for. Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes. That is quite a claim. I assume you have evidence to support it? What is that weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Cabell, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. Okay, now we can do the thing. This is what we're trying to present right now. Once again, in the interest of time, I will present. This is footage taken from a security camera trained on a Knight's holding cell. Now, watch it for yourselves and see. What? But how? This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is certainly significant. So now we know that Knight was in fact killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we could all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all. That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Gavelle, you are correct that this footage shows is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself. She's right. There is one major problem with my version of events. The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells in the prison proper at will? Oh! How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth? The truth is, I don't know yet. Heh, of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? We don't even know. You didn't even notice there was a problem. Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned. But wait! There's still so much more to explore! Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would be so kind as to leave the courtroom. Court was never in session in the first place. Once again, this court is adjourned. We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint. What do you mean? Just as we don't know yet how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavelle, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison. You wish for the court to provide you with proof? Highly irregular, but very well. What? They actually have something? Now seems like as good a time as any. And I suppose you have been kind enough to share your own theories on the case. What's she building up to here? Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer. A what? Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Berry Big Circus. Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all. Important in what way, exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps? A meeting? Oh, heavens, no! I could think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit. You see it now, I assume? As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Berry Big Circus. So, does that mean Mr. Saint... Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt. Ugh! She held on to that fact until the very last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait. Buy out, Gavelle. I am right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may, while the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? That must be why she steered him on a different topic back then, too. Yeah, I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor? This has nothing to do with you. Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth, your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason. What are you trying to say? That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, you would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again. Is that a threat? The goddess of justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing.
You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense. Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish. Well, do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start. Ugh. Now, I really must be going. May the goddess of justice watch over you all. So, Simeon lied to us? Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Is the chief prosecutor's way to not lose his badge, probably? Yeah, probably. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about this, are you, Misley boy? Sure, Judge Gavel's a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said, and that goes for the associates, too. Don't worry, Fender. I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. To be continued. So, chat, what do we do? Continue playing? Because I'm going to be real. I think I got to stay up late tonight. I'm planning to stream both Saturday and Sunday, but Case 3 and Case 5 are exceptionally long, and if I want to beat this game before the 11th, I might need to keep playing. As a reference, where we are on this case so far. We are at the halfway point, from what I can see. That's right, the halfway point. Well, maybe not. It depends on how long the next two parts are. They're about the same length as the parts we were doing before. So, yeah, we're about halfway through. Yeah. And Case 3 is even longer. Case 4 is a shorter case. In terms of case length, Case 2 and Case 4 are about the same length. Case 3 and Case 5 are about the same length. So we'll see. We'll play for a little bit longer. We'll do one more part so that we can get the finale of this case tomorrow, and then we can go right into Case 3. And potentially do all of Case 3 tomorrow. So we'll do one more part. Next to be continued screen will end. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't withhold anything! Or at least I didn't mean to! Okay, so you are a member of the Berry Big Circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no! I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. We killed, we killed our client, chat. Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer with the circus show? And me being friends with Bronco? I thought that if anyone found out, no one would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client-scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again.
So what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer. Kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool! You get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Lions? Tigers? Bears? Oh my, no. I work with this little guy. Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders. Now, money, I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you could call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's the head of the animal training department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here? I'd like to see someone whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature offender. I wish I was a creature. So this line manager, was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit of a part this time. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you brought him the chess set. Yes, and that same evening I started to work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard! I had to haul everything in myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think? Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey's work is my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10? So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even little Winter wouldn't just pull someone in over a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything. So I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me. But you'd just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid. Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well. It's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. There was nobody else nearby when you went to go see him? No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Yeah, well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, no, I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together? At least, I imagine that would be Winter and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too. Somewhere in the yard? Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we could do, just say the word. But, I mean, there's nothing I could do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You do gotta pay us, though. That's important. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. Clap, 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 clap. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there. I did? From the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, mi bucko, this guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. But that's just the thing, you never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, huh? Bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread pirate K. Yar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Look, the shutter's open. That's the way out to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for? Huh, someone's excited. You'll see, Bakiri. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not even tomorrow. Well, actually tomorrow, yes, you will. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out, it's like the backdrop to some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Building layout data. Fuck you, game! Stop updating this fucking layout! I have to take another fucking picture? God damn it. All right, it's been updated, chat. Hope you're happy. Eek! Okay. Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Okay, how do you... Cease and desist, you beast. Ah! Somebody, ouch, help, ouch, me! Stay, I say, stay! Who's that? Oh, you found a new friend to play with! Good for you, girl! Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me! No way, she'd never do a thing like that. I say it doesn't even bite. At least not very often. So she does have a taste for human flesh. How do you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yes, Fire Ninja, she is. Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She's had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay? Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender. She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your trunk to yourself. Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever? I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate. Fantastic title, Kay. This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted. And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. The pleasure's ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. So much for whipping me into shape. Yes, she's perfect. What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay? Because I'm a furry and jealous you're not getting hugs. That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. Don't rope her into this. Kay, don't rope her into your crimes. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though. Indeed, and we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Why are you here? I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see him. I'm just gonna move on from that. If you're the head of Animal Taming Department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss. That's right, my dad founded the Very Big Circus. But he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great! Lucky you! I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquity. Stop with the murdered parents? But Carrie, that happened in Justice for All. I'm pretty sure Regina did not commit manslaughter, Fire Ninja. That was in fact still an animal accident. She put pepper on someone's scarf and it caused a lion to sneeze. That's very much not really her fault. You haven't seen the original trilogy? Well, yeah, her dad got murdered. That's case 3 in Justice for All. It's widely considered to be one of the worst cases. Spoiled? That's not a spoiler, it happens right at the start. Only animal taming and ventriloquity have more than one person right now. But the Very Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Yeah, but Fire Ninja, putting pepper on someone's fucking scarf and then that fucking dumbass decides to put their head in a lion's mouth. Like, I'm sorry, how you can't really put that on her. The whole case is fucking stupid. Okay, that's a bit of a spoiler. What I just said is a bit of a spoiler. Whatever. They're getting... Also, isn't he, like, not dead? They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show? Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Asa. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Wow, just like furries. I'm sorry, what? Whoa, Nelly! I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit. And that's not all. There's a love triangle, too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything. And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crowned lovers apart. Ooh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth? Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion? I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatakarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey. That's certainly lowered the stakes. Oh, you mean money, right? Nope again. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon. The reaction in chat. Wonderful. Money's far too small. Play against Asa and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Asa and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is. So, Mr. Saint was more than just a little helper he claims to be. Poor Simeon, it'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore. Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance? Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though. Oh, well. I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he would do. Weeping all the while. He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't much more than that. I don't know, Wario, where did you die on? We're currently investigating the field where the circus show took place. Yeah, how long ago did your phone die? What was the last thing you saw? And I can fill you in. I can fill you in. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A. Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done. We were cross-examining Loser. Okay, well, we found out that Simeon works at the circus, which means he had a way into the prison, which we initially assumed he didn't have a way into the prison. We also found out that he has a monkey. And now we're talking to Regina because we're asking about the stage show that was set up. Because the stage show is pretty relevant to this case. And we're asking about like how it was set up and all that fun stuff. So they mentioned the well, huh? A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners. Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there are some pulleys, too. Yes, Bakiri, we did learn that. Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight? Ah, come on. It's not like I was gonna take anything. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? Not gonna let me examine it? Fine. Fuck. Alright, because I think we haven't actually started the investigation yet. I didn't mean to hit that again, by the way. I think I'm supposed to just be talking to people right now. Ah, Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sawit. Oh, heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible, I'm currently helping out with the circus show stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have a need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sawit you see before you is a changed man. A changed man, who now targets the recently deceased. No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go. As a thief? Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's a straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner. Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that. I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you? That's right, only 2 inmates are absent, Sawit and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner? Ah, that. Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. But how does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. Imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges. Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course! That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see, the show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud. What? What the fuck do you... What is this comment? This is some fucking furry fetish, isn't it? This is someone's fucking furry fetish, I'll tell you that right now. I think the stress of prison might be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful. Truly, I am. What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy. The performance is a good one. It can certainly be entertaining, yes. Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it. A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic. You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something? Like the circus? Holding a show here, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in? Guess the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget that they're in the same boat as the animals. The fence. I suppose I should examine it too. It is part of the facility after all. Well, we missed the show. We still got the stage and all this other stuff to check out. He's right. I should also look over the show set and equipment, just in case something useful turns up. Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I still had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook. I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds. Right? She's so above it all that nobody dares to go against her. Bet she doesn't even need to crack the whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely and suddenly it's sit, stay. I can think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip. You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Areno, spill the beans. Trust me, Fender. One crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors. Danger! High voltage! Never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there. Ah, yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side. Wish this dumb barred metal fence wasn't in the way. Thought it was all but one big yard. Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep the riffraff like us out. There you are! Regina, cupcake! Oh, Warden Lagarde! I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing. Do you mind if I ask you a little about the prison? Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful. An utter disgrace. Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly. I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they've always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals! If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It's nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Except when he's riffing through dead man's pockets. We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What, and your other model prisoners don't do that? Huh? Oh, of course they do, my dear. Of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. Huh? What exactly does she mean by that? Anyway, he's a very good boy, so try to be nice to him, won't you?
Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The Berry Pig Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see. You better not be thinking of something to confess to.
This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Pig Circus?
Sorry about that.
But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all that poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer, please. I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again.
His case is slowly turning furry, isn't it? Don't worry about it.
I got hiccups again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine. Fuck.
I'm okay.
That's so nice of you. I hope everyone else who watched enjoyed it too. About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
She must mean Canis and Sawit.
We were 3 members short.
Oh?
Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me? I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show? That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But Mr. Edgerton, that's not right, is it?
Indeed.
As far as we are aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who was the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one?
Yikes! Alligator! You're looking so adorable as always, Allie, my sweet. Aw, she's so pretty! And what a cute name! Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course.
Boy, howdy, these two were made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells?
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be.
Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Phew, I finally caught up with you. Alright, chat. I might be done. I just decided to check how much case is left for this part. Too much. This game's long, bro. I think it's better if we stopped here and we reconvene tomorrow. I think we'll start the stream a little earlier as well, since I do need to. We're gonna have a long fucking stream tomorrow, chat. We're gonna get through so much of this game, so maybe book some time off. What we're gonna, I usually start at 3 p.m. We're gonna start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Sound good to everybody? 2 hours early. Let's finish this cutscene first.
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message. So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up?
We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor.
Only tiny specks though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked for forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor.
Alrighty, so that's proof of the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick, we'll find out how that dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we've got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
Secret weapons?
That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, ace detective extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles?
Very well, detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. It's made of steel, silver, or scrap. This little guy's right here, we'll find it.
So, it detects metal. Very good, detective.
Next up, secret weapon number 2, Missile, everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. Missile! My boy! He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Candace's dog. And now for secret weapon number 3. Where did I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that just a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues.
No. I mean, I just happen to have it with me is all. I see. Well, onwards and upwards, detective. Let's see what else you have.
That's all she wrote, sir.
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7.
And one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time.
Why do you think I called them secret? I can't just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy.
In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now.
All right, which one do you want to try, sir? Well, chat. We love Doggo. You got it, sir. Hey, Missile, here, boy. Aw, he really came. Chat, look at him. So, what are we tracking?
We're trying to find out how Mr. Candace's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison.
So we give the pooch a sniff of the body, and he'll find that route for us. Does anyone else smell something sweet?
All I smell is the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but it's there. It's almost like cake, maybe?
Why would the body smell of cake?
Okay, Miss I'll get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog. That's the way to. He's headed for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in. And we'll just have to follow after him. The body was a cake the entire time. The murder didn't happen. Holy fuck. This is Canis' cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room? Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh, looks like maybe he is. Woof, woof, woof. Is there something here? Let's go snooping, Mr. Edgeworth. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others. I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job. An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry. Is that your opinion as a thief? Nope, it's my opinion as a great thief. I walked into that one. Mr. Canis' chess set, complete with this special dog piece. That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too. It's not inconceivable, some of them are. This is quite a nice one. I never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish! Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Canis clearly doesn't lack for comforts. I gotta think of worse ways to spend my time in jail than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought this was maximum security, not maximum comfort. How could nobody else get this special treatment? Playing to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you should take it up with the man himself. Yikes, no thanks. Mr. Canis' chisels, every one of them a potential murder weapon. That reminds me of something. Furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See, they're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Huh? What's the matter, boy? Wait, is that cake is what you were after? Oh my gosh, he went after the cake. Woof, 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 woof. Whoa, 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 town boy, stop that. Woof, 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 woof. No, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate. You know that. If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everyone agrees, though. Gummy, I wanted some. Also, it was fucking evidence. Oh, well. Daring you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So anyway, it looks like it really was cake Messiah was tracking. Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts? The little guy's definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy. Ooh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside, detective. Call the guard. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carciato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was on here for the moon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if you'd be so kind as to open his cell. Yes, sir. Okay, chat. I can't do it anymore. Too tired. I want to have a good night's sleep tonight. We will continue this tomorrow. So, here's the game plan. Normally my streams start at 3 o'clock p.m., but we're going to start at 1 o'clock p.m. tomorrow. Sound good to everybody? 1 o'clock? So 2 hours early. And the plan is to finish case 2 and get through a vast majority of case 3. And then Sunday, the plan is to get through case 3 and 4. 4 is a shorter case, so we should be able to get through it. Okay? And VODs are always there to get caught up if you need to, chat, okay? Just remember that. And I can always attempt to catch you guys up if you come late. Tomorrow's going to be a long stream. I don't expect all of you to be there for the entire stream, obviously. So I'll be willing to catch you guys up if you need it, to get help and play along. But I have to beat this game before Metaphor ReFantasio comes out on the 11th. So I'm kind of going to need to do some long streams to get them in because we're behind. I thought we would be farther along. All right, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow for this game. Let me see if there's anyone live right now to raid. Neo's still live, but I raided them yesterday. Neo's been raiding really late lately. Pixel is still live? They've been going quite a while too, haven't they? I'm not sure. I'm tired. I don't want to think. I think I'm just gonna have to end, guys. I'm tired. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock, okay? 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. I'll post it in the announcement in the channel as well that they're starting a little early. So the goal is to basically finish this case by the time my stream would have normally started. Because I want to try and get through a lot of case 3 tomorrow. Because case 3 rules, and it's also super long. And not that this case doesn't rule, but I like this case a lot too. Every case in this game rules. But they're all long. All right, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. And let's have a good time. Bye.